Okay, I think we're live. If someone could just dump something in the chat to confirm. If you see the chat. Morning off to Wolf Photography, thank you very much. That is now working. Oh, hello, Josh. Cool. Right then. Just filling in some numbers, and then we shall be good to go. Right. Air distance is 3-3, so we've got quite a strong headwind today. I'll release the stream in a moment so you can see what I'm up to, but right now I'm just looking at a screen with lots of numbers. It's not that appealing. Pretty pictures are better. And we're taking all the fuel. Okay. Apply. Okay, beautiful. Let's kill that. X-plane on. And welcome aboard. Yep, it's a Concorde. We're at Heathrow right now, and we're going to be, if all goes well, taking ourselves off to JFK. We're on VATSIM. It's pretty quiet at the moment. I did see someone earlier on there, but it looks like they've already jetted off. We've got some traffic over there. Haven't actually checked to see if we've got controllers online. I believe we... Oh, it's actually, there's no one online at the moment. So hopefully we pick up some controllers and people to talk to on the way. But yes, welcome to Heathrow. And welcome to the flight deck. So, we're actually not going to be off blocks till about 10:30. I've got some setting up to do. I might try and leave a little bit sooner. There's no reason why we can't go sooner if not. So, yep, I'll crack on with the setup. Beautiful. Aircraft comes with a rather nice checklist. I've already done the passengers, cargo, fuel, with this handy little menu up here. So, flight plan. Well, I'll bring up this screen so you can see what we're doing. Initially, we're going to take off out of Heathrow, and there's initially a subsonic phase because Concorde can't go supersonic over land. We'll initially be up at flight level 280, 28,000 feet, until we reach Kessup, which is a point just over the Bristol Channel. So if I show you the map, there we are, Heathrow. Initially, we're going to be departing westbound, get towards the Bristol Channel, and then proceed westbound. So I'm going supersonic over here. Continue just south of Gander, St. John's, before making our way down into New York. The route for Concorde takes us deliberately south, and that's to keep us over the sea as long as possible, because this sort of thing is not very efficient over, well, it's not very efficient at subsonic speed. So, I'll crack on now. Since there's no controllers to talk to, I'll go by the flight plan that I anticipate, which I believe is off runway 9 left, a Compton 4 Juliet departure. Let's get some plates. So I believe we're over at stand 554, so that puts us right here on Terminal 5C. Bring up a taxi chart, we'll need that too. And just bring up the plates in order that I'm going to use them. And then we've got the airport plate, and finally Let's check what the winds are doing. I'm pretty sure we're on a, it's going to be 9er. Yep, winds are favouring 09, so departure 5 Juliet, is that 9er? Yep, 9er right or 9er left departure. Lovely. So 9er left, take off, right hand turn, and then pretty much a straight line all the way to Compton. Yeah, so that's ready for us. We'll not worry about that for the time being. We've got a few other things we need to do. So we'll crack on with this checklist. So, brakes are set. We have flight controls. Pedal adjustment, well, that's not, doesn't really matter. A lot of this is all sim specific, it's little aircraft specific stuff that doesn't necessarily apply to the simulator, so we'll do the important stuff. Yep, big gear lever is down. Transponder, we'll just set that to 2000 for the time being. Weather radar is off. Emergency, yeah, this is not, again, that's all in the correct setting. And as a quick warrant, I'm not a real Concorde pilot. I'm sort of just guessing based on observations, research, internet videos, all sorts of things like that. But I've done a few trial flights of this, and for the most part, it's going okay. Still, it's a busy, very busy thing to do. It's meant for 3 people, and as you can tell, I'm just one. So, cool. Auto throttle is off, and ignitions are off. Engine pro. It's easier if I just go to this view rather than waving the camera around. I'll take those off. Anti-icing is off. Fuel forward transfer is guarded. And we're going to be fighting with this whole massive panel today, so wish me luck with that. Trim auto transfer is off and guarded. Tank 11 inlet valves, if I can see these. Yep, okay, then they're set fine. Standby inlet valves are shut. Trim pipe drain is closed. Shut. Jettison panel cover, so fuel jettison, it's all shut and off. Ram air turbine stuff is down there. Again, we're just making sure it's all guarded. We want that popping out. Windshield emergency de-ice. Now, the guide refers to it being on a panel over here. It might be this, but again, it's guarded, so that's fine. Circuit breakers behind us here. Again, not really simulated, so. Okay. And now, preliminary cockpit. So we need to, the Concorde doesn't have an APU, so in terms of getting power on the aircraft initially, we need to connect a ground cart. So, go doors and ground, I'll grab a GPU, catering, stairs, and now that that's available, let's grab the ground power, close the breaker, and batteries on. And the aircraft will go through a sort of power up sequence, lots of dials will move around. We'll use this time to set the lighting as required because it can get pretty dark in here. Yep, lots of noises being made. This is just the power up sequence. Okay, that's fine. I like that. Yep, happy with that. So lights are good, main batteries on, equipment bay cooling should probably do that a bit sooner. But that is up here. So set that to on or auto. And this is just the cooling for avionics equipment, all the electronics we've got going on. Cooling, sorry, oxygen. Let's make sure that's on. Again, I think that's the right thing to do. Drain master heaters. This is up on the overhead. I'm going to leave those off for the time being. Oh, sorry, these are drain master heaters. Those are for the engine probe heaters. So probe heating for your instruments. INSs then. That's the next thing. And this is the bit where I'm busy. Now, for those of you familiar with the Airbus or a modern flight management system, this is kind of what the equivalent that we have on Concorde. It's pretty basic. Frankly, what it really does is we tell the aircraft where we are, and then using inertia or just accelerometers, the aircraft can determine where we're going. But we need to tell it where we are first. So let's start by putting that on standby. There's 3 INS systems on the Concorde. Put those into standby. And then we need to tell the aircraft first thing where we are. So, this is why we refer to the plates. And there's one more that I need. Didn't bring it up earlier. And that is the parking stands chords plate. And we're at stand 554, which is not on this one, it's on the next one. This one here. Stand 554, there we go. And this is a latitude, longitude position, and we need to enter this into the INS to tell it where we are. So, make sure it's on position 0. 51. Oh, north 51. 282. Insert. West 286. Insert. Okay, so just double check that's right. 286. Cool, lovely. And once you've done that, shove it into a line and do it with all the others too. And then all the INSs will start flashing at you. Now this takes some time. We'll need to leave that to do its thing. Once this reaches 0, it's good to go. It'll count down. I believe that's minutes, but I think it's actually navigational accuracy. So it's not. I don't think it's on a specific timer. But when it reaches 0, it means you have best accuracy. What we can do in the meantime is just start filling in the route. So if we put waypoint, so initially starting at waypoint 0, which is of course our present position. Next waypoint, and this is the part that might take a while, but you know, it would have done in the day. We actually just enter in all the waypoints that we've got on our route. Skip out EGLL because that's the airport reference point. Next, first waypoint will be the Compton Beacon, which also happens to be the end of our SID. Right here. So, I'll crack on with that. Again, apologies, it will take some time, but once it's done. So, north 129.5, west 132. Yeah, that's fine. Number 2 is Morby, 51.355, west 2037. Again, just triple checking that I have entered that correctly because there's no easy. Well, you just need to make sure you do it right. Don't want to be sent off somewhere unexpected. 51.195, insert, west 3393. 3393. Insert. Next waypoint, Burley. So, north 51. And west. That's 3 zeros after the, yep, cool, lovely. 5 is actually 6, so that's north 51. 3 zeros, insert, west 8, followed by 3 zeros. 008, yep, gotcha. Waypoint 6, or in this case it's a latitude longitude position, so 50410. Insert, west 15 followed by 3 zeros. Insert, north 51000. Insert, west. A bunch of zeros. 4. We can do this. We can only do this up to the 9th waypoint because there's a limited memory on this navigation unit. It only takes about 9 waypoints, but this is fine. It means we can crack on with other stuff. So, waypoint 8 is 9. So, let me just get back, check that. 5120. Yep, that's fine. And then we're on north 50300. Insert, west 3. Straight in there, alright. And then for the time being we'll do north 4916. and then finally west 4. Boom. Okay, so that's as much as we can do for the time being. We'll leave it on that screen until it's done. And we'll close down that. They're all in alignment, so that's fine. Good, we'll continue with the rest of the setup. Let's start with the air data computers. Emergency equipment. Again, there's an oxygen mask down there, one there. Can't really test them being a simulator, but there you go. Test them realistically anyway. We'll take the no smoking. Oh, that's roof lights. Emergency evacuation. Good. Now, I believe there's something else I just need to double check. Ah yes, I just need to get some folders. In case we do get an oceanic clearance, there's a script that I normally use for making sure I say the right thing. So I'm just going to load that up now. I'll leave you with this wonderful image. While I do that, and you don't need to see that. Okay, where are we? Cool. So that's one, and then we need to oceanic comms. We're going to Kennedy, we're going westbound. It's about 40 minutes after departure, so we'll call it in fact what I'll do is I'll show you just what I'm doing for a bit of context. Just filling in an oceanic comm sheet. I expect that we'll reach this oceanic reporting point, and this is the point where I need to tell ATC where I am. But if we're taking off at 10:30, it's about 40 minutes or so. So we'll call it 11:10. Zulu. Oh, hang on, I can't do that using that. I have to do it using Adobe. Just remembered. Sierra Mike, 11:10. Process. And zoom out. Oh, go away. There we go. So, if we were going to get oceanic clearance, that's what we'd say. And reporting at each point, if we get ATC, is written down here. It's basically just a position report, an altitude and a speed. Altitude, well, that depends what you're actually at, of course. There you go. So we'll leave that on the background in case we need it, but we'll only need that if we actually need to speak to anyone en route. Okay, back to checks. So, packs are loaded, everything's loaded, lights are on. CBs are fine, so we'll go on to our cockpit prep now. So this is all the things we need to do for the departure. So we'll kind of do this alongside a brief because it is just me. But we'll start, like I said, starting at stand 554. It's off terminal 5C, expecting runway 9 left. So the taxi is going to be push out, probably face north, Charlie, possibly link 57 up to this whole point. We're going to take the full length. Full reheat on departure, so we'll use Concorde's afterburners. We'll do a noise abatement of sorts, and that will take us to. We'll probably go for take the reheaters off about a minute after departure. It'll be on the clock here. Make that turn again, making sure that we continue climbing, and that we're at speed of 250 knots. And I'll start setting up some nav aids and stuff in a moment, but it'll be just a right turn, bearing 281 to Woodley, climbing at 6,000 feet, no other restrictions on the plate, and then we proceed on to Compton. And then if there's no ATC again, we'll just self-clear ourselves further. So let's start setting up some equipment. Let me just double check that there's no controllers online again. No. Okay, so it's up to us. Let's get some weather. Good, so definitely still using 09. QNH is 1030, so we'll set that down here. Pretty high pressure today, actually. Just going to double check that that is valid weather. Yep, it's the 12th at 920Z. Sounds about right. Looks about right. Set it up on the other side. 030 is set. Initially pitching for about 10 degrees or so. We'll set that on the VS. Speed bugs, we'll just reset those. They're already set. I'll just double check actually, because they should be, I think they're meant to be a little bit higher than that. Let's go to aircraft. Okay. No, that sounds about right. V1 is 168, VR 186, V2 199, and noise abatement speed is 250. Okay. And yes, we are going to be too heavy for a landing, but we won't be once we get to JFK. Do not worry. So we'll set a target at 250. Minimums for the return is about 200 feet, although I expect that that won't be an issue. Well, we certainly don't plan to have an engine failure, put it that way. Nav aids then. So I'll take London on the right hand side for distance information. Again, we don't have any managed navigation, it's all conventional stuff here, so we're going to be using ground-based beacons to help us navigate this departure. So that's the first nav aid. We'll have that on DME2. Normally I'd have to identify this, but I'm not sure if that feature is working on the Concorde yet, so we'll try it anyway. Put it on voice, turn it up, listen out. This is the comms. Tune that to 122.8. Which is the Unicom frequency for VATSIM. That's set. No, not getting an ident. But I'm happy that that is the correct nav aid. Woodley is on 352, so we'll set that up on the ADF1. If it wants to cooperate. It's being a bit... These click spots can be a bit awkward. Woodley 352. Just have it for redundancy on this side too. Those click spots can be a bit difficult. 352 is there finally, jeez. Nav aid is there, and then we'll take Compton on the left side. 11435 is set. We've got the ADFs on the right. That bearing looks about right. It's westerly from us, and then we've got London on the green needle, and we've got Compton on the orange needle. Again, all makes sense based on where we are. Initial speed 250 is bugged. Strategy, again, I'm going to manually fly this, so what I'll do is I'll just set everything up for that. So heading will be about 281. After that right hand turn, pull it out so that it does heading, and then we shall set the course initially as 281. That will take us to Compton. Set that to RAD, it already is. That's for radio navigation. 281, initial stop 6,000 feet on the plate. Right, good. So that's set. Fuel, we've got loads. I'm really not worried about fuel at all, even though the Concorde does suck it up at a rate of knots. Right, Oh, I couldn't get my words out there. We don't really use these INSs because we're using this plug-in one. Oh look, it's almost ready to go. So I'll just get them to display something useful like the wind and
traffic Starways
position.
283 taxi Kilo
And that there is
Bravo
some ATC.
Echo Bravo hold Alpha Bravo 1109 left.
I'm assuming you can hear that. That is just someone speaking on the universal comms frequency because we don't have traffic ATC at Heathrow. Quick review of this. Yeah, straight ahead 1.5. So basically we're going to take off, climb to 1.5 on DME 2. When that says 1.5, we'll just call it 2. Initiate a right hand turn. And that'll take us towards Woodley. We're intercepting a 281 bearing, so this is going to be saying 281, be about there. And then cross at a distance 11 London above 3,000, so that's this point here. We'll also say distance 17 Compton. Proceed upwards past Woodley above 4,000, and then climb to 6,000. Although to be honest, once we get probably allowing here, I'll probably just self-clear myself up to flight level 280, which is our subsonic cruise, because we don't have ATC. So that's fine. So that's it. I believe that's cockpit prep for the moment. So we'll proceed with the checklist. Oxygen. Well, we have the oxygen panel is up there. Again, everything's in normal, so that's fine. We're on system 1, both sides. We have 2 systems there, and plus a manual control. It's all automatic, so that's fine. Windows are shut left and right. We'll start initiating our flight control computers and protections. And we'll take the control inverters. Again, it's just sort of hydraulic settings for flight controls. Oh my lord, that's terrifying. Good. Anyway, do the end. So that's flight control systems, anti-stall systems, rad INS switch. Well, again, we're using our own comms, so I need to also, just before I do anything, is make sure I've got the right key binding set on my stick for. Oh, oopsie-daisy. There you go. That's now set. So if I need to say anything, that'll be on the right frequency. Like that. Good, and thrust levers are working and at idle.
If your traffic Spirit 414 position start stand 560.
Altimeters, we have 1030 set both sides and indicating 80, yeah, about 90 feet, that's fine. Comms 1 audio is set, nav radios are set, brakes are still on park. Nav lights as well, getting ready to start at this point. So, what are we doing for time? Oh, we've still got half an hour before, so we're definitely ahead of schedule. How do we get to nav lights? Throttle masters are, we'll just cycle those between main and alternate. Leave them on main. Ground hydraulics are, they are up here, and that's yellow, 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 yellow off. Fuel heaters to automatic. Engine reset valves can be shut. We're going to be taking off with reheat, so the secondary air doors are to be on automatic. Who's here? Give your pilot a shout out.
Heathrow traffic shuttle
I'm paying attention to the chat that's on a separate screen. I will say that while things are quite busy and I'm setting the plane up, I might not be paying as much attention to the chat, but I will certainly do that as we go. Okay, next page. So we're looking at before engine start now. So now we need to check our INSs. They should be good to go now. Yep, that's good. So let's go. That's ready nav. Send that over to distance and time. Put it into nav mode, and the light's gone out. And this is now telling us we have this is in a time until the next waypoint. Obviously, since we're not going anywhere, it's saying infinite, and 27 miles to the next waypoint, which is Compton. And we'll do the same for the other INSs too. So
Heathrow traffic shuttle 20 Delta via Alpha Bravo 13 taking off 9
and that warning is the INS now being shut off, so we're good to go. So INS is set, distance and time. And that's that. Coordinates. Ready, nav light off. Yep. Okay, bugs pitch index. We set this. Pitch index is set. Speed bugs are set. Field flow bugs. This is more for the in-flight engineer's concern, but normally you would set up here expected field flows. I'm not going to do that. Clock is ready to go. It's not fully functional, but it will tell us the important information like how long our reheat, because we're limited to 15 minutes of reheat on the Concorde. So I'm just going to close down that. Okay, clock, throttle levers, indices. Yep, the indications are correct, and I'm just going to ignore that because I'm doing it via a different, actual throttles in front to my right hand side rather than what's on the screen. Briefing we've sort of already done, but I'm just going to make a comment on the main priority, of course, is to continue climbing at 250 knots while making this turn. While doing some sort of training practice flights, it is quite difficult if you don't keep that speed to maintain altitude, or at the very, we need to be climbing here. So I think my plan will be to make this turn with full reheat, and then coming abeam London so that we can, not irritate the Queen, would be to go 3-2-1 noise, reduce the thrust to about 96%, turn off the reheats, and then once we're sort of clear of winds, are passing about distance 11, introduce full dry power without reheat to continue the climb. And then it'll be quite a busy departure. We'll do our best to keep up with it, but make no mistake, this is not an easy plane to fly. And I'm definitely not type rated on the Concorde. Good. Anyway, we've sort of already discussed the briefing earlier, so that's fine. Load sheet. Again, this is more for the flight engineer's concern. I'm just going to make sure that the C of G is, yep, that's in trim. Load sheet, fuel remaining, pretty much on full tanks. Fairly strong headwind. Okay. Aircraft weight is fine. We will need to dump fuel if we need to make an immediate return. Load limits. Checked already. Takeoff data. We're going to be using full length on runway 9 left. I don't really have a, then I've set the bugs, so that's fine. Okay, and now we're getting on to start. So, the way we start the engines on Concorde, and before I do that, I'm just going to get rid of all of these ground equipment. We'll leave the air conditioning because, as I said earlier, Concorde doesn't have an APU, and the APU usually provides us with power and air pressure in order to get the engine started and get us going. We don't have that luxury, so what our plan is to start 2 engines. So we'll start engines 2 and 3, then we'll disconnect our external power, and at that point the aircraft will be sort of self-sustaining, and then we can push back, get going. So we'll do that now. And I'll just make a call on Unicom. Heathrow traffic, Speedbird Concorde 1 is starting engines 2 and 3 on stand 554. Okay, and that just tells everyone what we're doing. May get some replies. Shouldn't really need to say anything. Okay, door lights. The doors are all closed as indicated. Master warning, we'll do a quick test. Happy? And indications are... the anti-stall system should have been on as well, I missed that earlier. Good indications, they make sense for the moment, good. Okay, whilst we'll test anti-collision lights to let the ground crew know we're about to start the engines. There it is. Okay, throttles are at idle. Engine feed pumps, so we'll start with the feed pumps that we need. I'm just going to bring us down to here. Most of this is going to be done at the engineer's station because they are, well, we're dealing with engines. So we'll start with the outboard fuel pumps. Clearance to start. Again, communicate with ground. Ground is happy. So.
Heathrow traffic, Skyways 283 departing 09 left, all 2.1 kilo, Heathrow traffic.
Let me just try and... How's the stream quality for you guys? Because it says at my end it might not be that smooth at the moment. I hope it's all good for you.
I'm only 2 miles off.
It's a YouTube warning. Okay, so we have the fuel pumps now. The bleed air source is available, it's external. Cross bleeds 3 and 4, open. And we'll open up on 1 and 2. Debo, we don't need to do that because we have not flown in the last 4 hours. Bleed air valve on the appropriate engine to open. That's going to be engine 3 initially. And we're ready for the start valve. So, starting engine 3. Relight on. You can just about see we have that at 11%. We open up the high pressure valve, which is there. And we allow the engine to start. If it gets a bit noisy, just shout. Passing about 25% N1, N2 even, we can take off the start valve. ATC is a bit loud, okay, no worries. Oh, I left that on, my bad. That's better. Okay, I've turned down the ATC a bit, let me know if you have any issues with that. Okay, so that engine is now on. So we take the condition valve on, the bleed off, the engine number 3 hydraulics, and get it guarded. Is now set. Generator for the engine can come on. And that's that one good to go. Also, this should have been, we'll set this to ground bypass as well. And we'll start with engine 2. That ground bypass is for the emergency generator to make sure we don't inadvertently trip it. Okay, engine 2 then. Relight on.
Keep traffic to 4 and 4 line up and wait to on left.
High pressure valve. I heard a lot of alarms there. There's the roar from Rolls-Royce Olympus. %, N2. Relight off. Yeah, we're way ahead of schedule. I usually overestimate how much time we need in case we run into some issues. Okay. There you go. Condition valve on, bleed valve off. Engine 2 hydraulics, and guard it. And engine generator on, and that's fine. So at this point, we've actually got enough power for the aircraft to self-sustain. So we'll take away the ground power. We'll leave the SSB open for the moment. We will have that set to ground pipe bypass. Turn on our window heaters, galley power, and we will disconnect the ground carts. And that's done here. Doors and ground, GPU off, air conditioning off. And that's fine. Check the checklist, check I didn't miss anything. So, yep, start valve, we add into high pressure valve, debo. We've told ground the condition valves are on for the running engines. The hydraulic pumps are on for engines 3 and 2. Electrical generators are turned on for 3 and 2. Bleed air valve is shut for the engines which are running now. Cross bleed is shut. Good. Oh, did I shut cross bleed for those engines? I did not. I thought I missed something. 2 and 3 cross bleed is shut. Good. Repeat for each engine. Done. So now we need to get ourselves pushed back. Okay, before pushback, so I think this is assuming we've done those other engines, so I will proceed with that and then I'll go for this checklist. Actually, no, do you know what, I'll run this now. Hydraulic gen is set to ground bypass, electrical SSB is closed, so each side is powered by a generator from an engine. We turned all the heaters on, taxi lights, informed ground, or call for push. And it's actually figured out what we're doing already, which is great.
Ground to cockpit. Plan acknowledged. Call me through the menu when you're ready.
Okay, start the push.
Ground to cockpit. Tow is driving up.
Okay. We'll take the visor down initially, but just the visor, not the nose. The infamous droop snoot. Flight controls, do we have a deflection? Our flight control indication is down there, yep. Good. And we'll release the parking brake when we're clear. And then we just need to start the remaining engines once we're off stand. Is there anyone behind us? Oh, there is actually, so we'll have to wait for Tui to pass. There's an EasyJet there. There's our ground cart. He's connecting himself
Okay,
up.
all doors and hatches
Should
are
be able to
closed.
hear him.
Ready to connect.
I will make my intentions very clear so that we don't have an issue, because he's actually going that way. I'd imagine most traffic will be taking off on the other runway, 9 right. But me
So
being
connected and bypass pin inserted. Release parking brake.
9 left, we'll hold on the parking brake for the moment. There we go. Evo traffic, Speedbird, Concorde 1, push and start, stand 554, facing north, following 9 left departure. Good. The traffic is clear. No one else to affect. Off we go. Park brake released.
Starting pushback.
And we'll continue with the other engines. So, cross bleeds open, we'll start with 4. And relight on. Engine number 4, and 2 is rising. 12%. Introduce the fuel. How's the ATC now, or other aircraft? It should be shouldn't be drowning me out now. 26%, relight off. For those of you wondering where I'm looking over here. Hopefully the stream quality is good enough for you to see it. Good. So that's that. Condition on, bleed off. Engine 4 hydraulics on with the guards. Engine 4 generator is set. That's fine, and we'll take the cross bleed off. Number 1 is the last one to do. Relight on. And my pressure. No parking. Sounds good so far. Not hear any ATC, just the pushback. Can you? Oh yeah, it's been quiet for a while. You should have just heard someone trying to say something that was a bit broken. I believe that was just another aircraft. 27% on the M1, relight off. Pushback is having one of those days.
Operation complete. Set parking brake.
Okay. I'll set that there. I trust our ground guy that
Disconnecting tow.
he actually
Stand
did
by.
stop us. Okay, that engine is now running, so we'll take the condition valve on, bleed off, the cross bleed off, the engine 1 hydraulics on and the generator 1 on. That's tripped, that's closed. Bypass, yep, everything makes sense. Now, I'm going to set that to auto. And I believe, let's start getting these fuel pumps on, that we won't have an issue with the emergency generator because of the fact that we've got all bus bars running. Someone knows the Concorde a lot better. Richard says it sounds good.
Tow is disconnected and bypass pin has been removed. Hand signal on the right.
Okay,
We'll see
so
you
that's
next time
done.
and have a safe flight.
We did that. We're now on to before taxi. So the engines are running, the nose wheel steering is on. Flight controls, we'll check that in a moment. Oh, I'll just do it now. So that's full left, full right, neutral, full up, full down, neutral, and the rudder. Again, it's linked because of the way I've set it, got it linked to my. Oh yeah, and the guy with the man with the pin is over there. So we're good to taxi, but we've got a little bit of setting up to do, and then we'll get ourselves moving. So AFCS and trim is set. Trim should be set 0. Yep, there it is. Okay. Trim, master warning panel, no indications. We have engine NTRs not required. Engine control scheduled to fly over. Brake fans on. We'll take the engine idle mode to low. N1, N4. Sorry, engine 4, N2 to 88%. Stall warnings fine. Feed pumps, I think we've done those already. Hydraulics are fine. Everything is, indications are good. Electrics checked. Apparently that should be on ground bypass, so we'll do that. Okay. Ground equipment is clear, we know that already. We'll set the nose to 5 degrees. There you go. Okay, that's him. I'm not quite sure. I'm hoping he positions himself the correct way, or relative to me. Let me just double check that. What stand did he say he was on? Gate Charlie 55. That's not the same as I'm just checking he's not going to have an issue with us, because hard to tell. Well, hopefully he doesn't face north. South even. Hopefully he doesn't face south. Be advised, Speedbird Concorde 1 is facing north on taxiway Charlie. Just in case. Okay, engine feed pumps is yeah, the reason I was doing that is just to make sure that he doesn't point the wrong way and look towards me. Hydraulics checked, electrics we checked, ground equipment was clear, no side brakes, we'll test those as we go. Flight instruments checked, no flags. Indications seem fine. AFC is, yep, that's all blue. Okay, yep, you got it, thanks. Trims are set for takeoff. Centre of gravity, okay, this is where we go off to here. So we'll set all our engine rating mode now. So that's in takeoff. Auto throttles on. Auto ignition on. Throttle masters are on main. We will set up also the drain mast heaters and the ODS engine probe heaters. That's all fine, that's all good. Engine rate, flight rating is for that. So for climb, we'll set that up for cruise as we go. Back over to the engineer's panel. Oh gosh, there we go. Right, we want the de-airing of pumps on. Here and here. We would like inlet valves on. Make sure that these pumps are on on. And just bring up the checklist to make sure I don't miss anything. So we did this. Master teacher's flight rating was climb pressure stat. Oh, we missed that. That's up here. That's the skin heating. Range probe, engine 4, condition panels are set. Field panel, I believe I set that up correctly. Oh, anti-skid system. No lights down there. Reverser shut off. There is no reverser on. We'll check the throttles as we go. Tank 11, fuel is down here. Yep. D-airs, we did the D-airs. So D-air on here. We took the D-airs on tank 10 and 11 and 9. And then we did these ones. So 5A, 7A. That's set. Okay. And these are the transfer pumps. We did those two. Okay. I believe that's us good to go. Before takeoff, we'll do this as we go. Okay, right then, let's not keep anyone waiting. So, Charlie, Alpha Bravo 13. Heathrow traffic Speedbird Concorde 1. It's taxiing 09 at left via Charlie and Alpha, holding short. Good. Alright then, off we go. So we'll take the taxi lights. Parking brake. There she goes. Throttles mid, travel forward. Yep. Indications. We'll get a few warnings or noises, but you can ignore it. We'll also take the transponder on now, just in case. But leave altitude report, or turn on altitude reporting now, actually. Okay. Brake check. Brakes checked. We'll also take the windshield de-icing, just in case demist is on. Okay, so we're happy with the brief. We know what we're going to do. We're not going to take noise abatement and reheats off until we're on that straight segment out after the right hand turn. What about the lights at the moment? Transponder is already on. Nothing down there, but we'll check the brake temps before we go. No master warnings to worry about. Autopilot values, happy with that. 250, 281 for the turn, 6,000 on the altitude, and we'll arm the modes that we need later. For those of you just joining us, we're in a Concorde, we're at Heathrow. We are using multiplayer real people traffic. We're heading off, departing 09 left, heading out to JFK shortly. Take-up monitor we'll do shortly, make sure the reheats are in the normal, we'll just leave them in the middle position. That'll give us the reheats only when we set full power. Pitch index is set for initial pitch, radar, we'll do that in a moment. So we'll continue with this checklist once we get a bit further out. Clear left and right. And again, I hope this all goes to plan. I've done a few test flights of this. Triple check there's no ATC on. No. But we may have, we might well have some oceanics, which is nice. So that'll be one of the things we have to do once we get to flight level 280 is request our oceanic clearance. Time frame looks about right. And yeah, feel free to ask any questions in the chat. I'll answer them to the best of my ability, but my claim is that I'm not a real Concorde pilot. I am a real pilot, but not a Concorde pilot. But that should have been fairly obvious. It's a wonderful aircraft to fly once you know what you're doing, but it's also one hell of a learning curve, so Definitely spend some time on the subsonics before you try to venture into this. Biggest thing for me has just been trying to adapt to all this more older school tech, so to speak. So, we'll check that there's no one coming in before departure. Review that checklist again. Briefing's fine. Lights, we'll take the lights now, just to reduce our workload. It's fine. Transponder is on, set to 2000. Brake temperature warning lights, no indications, no warnings. Master warnings, nothing there. Autopilot values are set, we checked already. Takeoff monitor, we'll do that on the runway. Reheat switch is already set, pitch index is set, radar can now come on. Not sure how well it functions, but there you go. Takeoff clearance, it's by us. We're going to have to self-announce it because there's no ATC today. Okay, I don't see anything. No one's made any announcements, so I'll assume we're good to line up. Speedbird Concorde 1 lining up, 09 left, Compton 5 Juliet departure. Good. Lights are on, clearance is set. Lining up now. What am I type rated on? The Airbus A320. I'm fairly new to it, but yes, that is what I am most familiar with, and certainly something I'll be streaming maybe later today, depending on how this one goes, or just another day. I'm not very busy at the moment. Okay, time to concentrate. So, take off, rotate, and then make a right-hand turn. 250 knots is the target speed. And we are going for takeoff. So takeoff monitors on. We'll do this the classic way with 3, 2, 1 noise. Here we go.
3, 2, 1, now.
Off we go. Pitch down a little bit. Counteract any upwards moment.
Airspeed building.
Thank you. 100 knots. Checked.
Power set. V1.
V1 checked.
Rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
Careful.
Positive climb.
Gear up.
250 gear coming
250
up.
knots. Continue pitching up. Keep pitching up, make sure we hold 250 with the reheats.
Gear up, doors locked.
1000. Just waiting for that DME to flip. 2 miles, right hand turn. There we go. Pitch down so that we can maintain this turn. Do it about 25 degrees angle down. Oh, he's asking for noise now, so we'll turn the noise. We'll go for noise abatement now. Pitch down to make sure that we maintain our speed. So I'll just fine tune the thrust levers. Again, that's a job for the flight engineer. Still holding 250 knots. Pitch up to keep that on target. Altitude is sort of stagnated a bit, so we'll do our best to keep that going. This is the hard part, is maintaining 250 knots while also keeping at least some climb rate going when you're on this. We'll reduce the bank angle, that'll help us a little bit. Try to. 250 knots on the clock. Okay, yeah, that's not really working. Oh, I'll get the speeds. So again, keep that climb rate going. Not an easy job for one person. But we are now climbing. We'll continue our climb. EGLL tower, oh great, tower just came online at Heathrow. 250 knots. I'll take the reheats off now. We'll also go engineer fuel trim to flight.
Fuel trim to flight.
Speed's coming up a little bit, pitch up a little more. Coming round towards Compton now. We shall continue our climb to flight level 280. Again, this is quite a lot for one person to do without an FA, but this is fine. So let's go auto throttle and IAS hold at 250. Let's go IAS acquire to get that. So we'll keep that climb going. So the thrust levers are now managed by the auto throttle. It's gone back to 220. It should pick up shortly. We'll go track heading, flight director 1. Well, it's managed by that, isn't it? Flight director's on. Autopilot is on. Altitude acquire with pitch hold, which we'll do on this side. There we go. Are we climbing safely? Are we maintaining speed? That's the most important thing. So we can go for a slightly higher pitch angle, keep 250 knots and continue climbing up to flight level 280. That's fine, we'll take the visor. And I'll now switch to VS for the climb. Vertical speed. 250 knots. To get the plates up so we can see what we're doing. Okay, so slightly off, not by a huge amount, so we'll just go into... if we switch over to VOR lock, it should track us along here. Compton's on the left hand side, remember. And we'll just pick that VS so that we're getting our best climb. No need to sit at low level. Take the landing lights off. Demists, we'll leave them on. Visor de-ice. It's 10,000, so we'll set the speed higher. We'll target about 350.95 Mach. That's our best subsonic speed. Reduce the vertical climb rate so the aircraft can build up speed. I believe looks like we're now ready for INS navigation, so check the sequencing. Yep, waypoint 0 to 1. Let's do waypoint change 0 to 1. INS mode, INS. So we're now navigating using the INS system. Looks about right there. Speed is building. Now let's just run through some checklist items. Well, the next thing is to happen is at Mach 0.7, so we're just accelerating now. Up to 350 knots on VS. Climbing to flight level 280. Again, not sure if this is how they would have done it exactly in the real world, but based on my observations, it's more or less there. So IS acquires for 350. We're actually looking for a Mach 0.95 for our initial cruise. Okay, there it is. 350 knots, we'll bring the VS back up. Vertical speed is armed, altitude acquire is armed. Mach 0.7, remove remaining lights. We'll go for a flight engine rating now. N1 takeoff limiter, we'll just knock that back to normal, because we're not taking off anymore. Speed is holding 350. Mach should start to increase as we gain altitude. We're actually climbing at a good rate, so we'll bring that up a little more, shall we? Passing through cloud layer. INS, we've got 4 miles to Compton, also confirmed with the INS. waypoints sequence. Mach point 7 passed. Engine control schedule can now come back to normal. Secondary air doors can be opened. Brake fans can come off, and again, this would have done a lot of this would have been done a lot sooner. But I don't have a flight engineer. I'm doing this all myself. So the priority really is to just fly the plane. Let's continue that climb. 32 miles to the next waypoint, which is Mulby. Check to see if there's any ATC on. Heathrow ATIS, Heathrow Tower. 131.8 maybe next. Just set that up on box 2. So it might well be doing our first oceanic clearance. Well, I say first. It's the first I've done in Concorde. I have done them before, but keep that climb rate going.
20,000 feet.
Yes, Joe, it is a lot of dials, isn't it? You see nothing. Look at this. Don't even ask me what all of it does. I can tell you roughly what some of it does, but not what everything does. Fuel management is over in the middle. Engine data here. Miscellaneous equipment, engine management stuff down here. Electrics, hydraulics. Yeah, it's a bit of a mess. We're climbing. That's the most important thing. Oh, clouds. I recently purchased X-Enviro for weather, and I am very pleased. There's also some photo scenery down below, so that's helping out too. That's on 24,000. We used the reheats for 1 minute, just over a minute there on departure, which is fine. We're currently in the off position. We can still get a bit more climb performance out. Waiting for that Mach 0.95 for our subsonic phase. We can turn the takeoff monitor off as well, we don't need that. And yeah, we're good for the moment. How's the new album, by the way, Joe? I still haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I will certainly do that later. Right. Coming up on 20, 500 to go. Altitude acquires. There we go, we're levelling off now. We'll go auto thrust. We'll go IAS acquire and select Mach hold so that we get 0.95. That's our best subsonic cruising speed. Again, Concorde doesn't really like to be at such slow speeds. It's not very efficient that way. To be honest, it's not very efficient at all, but the best we can do is to go for... Okay, we can go a bit quicker than that. Keep going. And 0.95 Mach hold. There we go. Right, so we're 28,000 feet. Flight level 280, Mach 0.95. Standing by for our subsonic phase, supersonic phase, which is going to begin at waypoint Kessup, which is in the Bristol Channel, and that will be waypoint 3 on the INS. So 0, 1, 2, 3. Yep. And where are we now on that? So we're currently going from waypoint 1 to 2, 5 miles out, just under a minute. Your album just released today. Yeah, I saw the stream. Or I saw that you were running a stream. Top speed for this is Mach 0.2, so twice the speed of sound at about 1,400 miles per hour. Speed does also depend where the winds are coming from. But we'll do our best. The ground speed in nautical miles per hour is down there, but the speed that you're probably we're doing about 610 ground miles per hour at the moment. But don't worry, that'll change very soon. In about 7 minutes' time. Until then, we get to relax for a bit. Review of the takeoff. It generally went well, but I think there were a couple of points where I was either level or not climbing. Again, it's quite a difficult thing to manage. The key thing is that we're able to keep it on speed of 250, and I think we nudged around that a little bit. But keep the speed at 250 and you should be able to maintain at least some climb gradient. And that'll keep you going around the turn. Also, don't turn so aggressively, otherwise it definitely won't climb. I think are the key takeaways from that. Leave the seatbelts on for the moment. 50 miles to the supersonic climb and 6 minutes to go. In fact, I might listen to that. Is the album's Joe? Is the album stream actually uploaded at the moment somewhere? Not a bad day today. This is all based, I'm using real world weather data, so what you're seeing outside should be more or less representative of what is actually happening in the real world. Those clouds look phenomenal. Ex-Enviro is a dream. So this is the Mach-ometer. The speed in, well, relative to the speed of sound. So Mach 1 is the speed of sound. We're just sitting underneath that at the moment until we get over the sea, and then we'll go blasting through it. Facebook did a copyright strike on our own live stream. What? Spotify. How do you do a copyright strike on your own live stream? That's like, oh, wow. Okay. Well, I'll check it out en route. That must be annoying, as well as not making much sense. Yeah, I do have some of it in front of me. So the most important things. So the control wheel, that's a physical wheel. The throttle levers, so the engine levers are all in front of me. Some of the autopilot buttons are as well. Mark Zuckerberg taking us down. I know, he's taking us all down. Some of it in less so obvious ways. And yeah, in terms of my head movement, I'm using a head tracker, so Track IR, and it's literally just taking my head movements and using infrared sends it into the sim, so it's more natural for me to look around, and hopefully not too uncomfortable for you to watch. Yeah. In fact, now might be a good time to try and speak to Oceanic. Hopefully they will accept the clearance. So let me bring that up. Yes, there is Oceanics online, so I'm going to give them a call on 131.8 now. Hopefully he'll be very happy to see me. 18 miles to supersonic climb. Shamik Oceanic, good day. Speedbird Concorde 1, radio check. Speedbird 5, in that case, Speedbird 1 requests Oceanic clearance to Kennedy via Nat Sierra Mike, estimating Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey at 1110 Zulu. Block altitude, flight level 450 to flight level 600, Mach 2.
Speedbird 1, I'm really sorry, I wasn't going to copy that down. Go ahead again, and you also don't have a flight plan file, just a heads up.
Oh, interesting. It did submit. I will, do you want me to resend the flight plan first, Speedbird Concorde 1?
Speedbird 1, that's fine. You don't in your own time, just go ahead and do your best again.
Okay, stand by. Yep, sorry, so Speedbird 1 requests oceanic clearance to Kennedy via Nat Sierra Mike, estimating Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, 1110 Zulu, block altitude, flight level 450 to flight level 600, Mach 2.
Speedbird 1, repeat the block level.
Flight level 450 to flight level 600.
Speedbird 1 cleared to Candy, check Sierra Mike, estimating Sierra Mike 51 Whiskey at 1111. From Sierra Mike 51 Whiskey, cleared Mach 2 and block 9 flight level 450 to 600.
Cleared via Nat Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, passing Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, time 1110. Block level is flight level 450 to flight level 600 at Mach 2, Speedbird Concorde 1.
Speedbird Concorde 1, report passing Sierra, I can't even say that, Sierra Mike 51 Whiskey.
Say again the repassing point, Speedbird Concorde 1.
Report passing Sierra Mike 51 Whiskey.
Report passing Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, Speedbird Concorde 1. And we're now commencing our supersonic climb.
Speedbird.
Okay, supersonic climb, here we go. Get ready for Concorde mode. So, first thing we'll do is we'll bug up 60,000. That'll be our final level, our highest level if we get there. We'll go to max climb, auto thrust off, Mach hold off, set full dry power. The climb will begin. Inboard afterburners first, and then second. Outers. We are now climbing. The Mach's going up.
Singapore 73973, stand by.
Stand by Singapore 79073.
30,000 feet.
30,000 feet, the VS jumps around. Mach 1. There you go. Now Concorde does what it does best. So I had the stream off there.
Singapore 7973, I'm not covering that part of the ocean. You can contact me when you're entering to Shannon site.
Okay. There we go. I'm just going to check what time we're actually passing. So that's 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's waypoint 6. So I need to do some math now on the INS. Time now is 1050. Plus 3 to get to waypoint 4. So 54. We'll amend our ETA once waypoint 6 is our next one. Right, waypoint 6, yeah, that's Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey 5041. Waypoint 6 on the INS, okay, good.
Singapore 7973, second please.
Zuckerberg was the founding member of Arcane, to be fair. Loved him on vocals. What the hell? Welcome, Alex, by the way. How fast are we going, you ask? That quick? It's only going to get quicker. So we've got our oceanic clearance. We need to report passing waypoint Sierra Mike 15 Whiskey, which is waypoint 6 on the INS. If I bring that back, it's that one there. So we'll make sure we do that. Again, I've not had to do an oceanic in a while. The controllers aren't often online, so it's nice that they are. Anyway, there's some stuff I need to do now, so we'll go pressure static inverters off, because we don't need to. The skin is going to get very hot on Concorde. We don't need to supply additional heat to it. Make sure all our de-icing stuff is off. Off, off, off. Also gets much quieter. And then we'll take the probe heaters can come off now, so we'll go up to here. Engine probe heaters off. I believe we need to do the same for that. No? Okay. I'll leave that on then. Okay, passing waypoint 4.
Mach 1.3. Ramp smoothing confirmed.
Ramp smoothing is the air doors, the air intake doors on the Concorde. Because the engines on Concorde can't sort of drink up, well, they can't take supersonic air, basically, and we are now supersonic. So what happens is there's some doors which are indicated here. These ramps. You'll see those ramps start to close, and what that does is it has the effect of slowing down the air to subsonic speeds so that we can continue going. Nothing on the weather radar. Happy that's we can turn that off now. It is noisy. Alarm auto throttle 2. Take flight director 2 off. I don't actually really need that one. I guess they'd normally both be on for both pilots, but this is a single pilot operation, so. Yeah, just. That's Josh. Yeah, it's good. Yeah. Trying to live stream. That was Josh. Housemate. That is so noisy. You can see why. Right, Mach 1.7, so that's reheats off. There he goes. Thanks for the reminder. Outs. In. So ins, outs. Reheats are now off. So the Concorde is capable of cruising at Mach 2 without reheat, which gives it a significant advantage. It means we can save a bit of fuel. Let's see the climb rate starting to come down. We're doing good. How fast are we going now? Ground speed is going up all the time. We're doing about 1,130 miles per hour over the ground. And that is statute miles per hour, so the miles per hour that most people are familiar with. How fast is that, you ask? That quick. Mach 1.8. Since this is an inaugural YouTube stream, I hope everything goes to plan. I'm sure someone can comment on something I've not done right, but everything seems to be going well so far. I'm sure there's something over here I need to do, but I've not got anything written down. Got to go, don't go over the national speed limit and have a good stream. We are well above any national speed limits, so I can't promise anything there. Have a good one. I'll check out the new album. Oh, cool. I'll gladly take the seatbelts off now. Total flight time from departure is about 3 hours, just over 3 hours, so it won't be loads to do in the cruise, but things get interesting once we make our way down. Coming up on Mach 2 now.
50,000 feet.
Yeah. Engine rating can go to cruise now. Bring this to 350, it's not on at the moment, so. Cool facts. We started with about 95 tonnes of fuel, we've now got 76 tonnes. So in that whole time of, I don't know, 40 minutes, 45 minutes, we burnt about 20 tonnes of fuel. Yeah. A comparable leg on an Airbus, you wouldn't even be anywhere near that. Approaching level off. About to reach the next waypoint. I'll just update our ETA over. Once we get to Mach 2. That controller is still online, isn't he? Oh. Well, he's gone. Well, that's great. Oceanic's gone. Oh well. Back to Unicom, I suppose. ETA, it was pretty good. 1113. Coming up on Mach 2. Oceanic Traffic Speedbird Concorde 1 estimating Sierra Mike 15 for Whiskey 1113 Zulu, Mach 2. Don't think anyone really cares, but there you go. I wanted to do my oceanic calls. Oh, that looks weird. Ooh. I haven't actually tried using X Enviro at these higher altitudes, so that doesn't look right. I'm going to try and ignore it. Alright, coming up on, there you go, Mach 2, max cruise, Mach hold. And we're now in the cruise phase, guys. Concorde doesn't actually sit at a specific flight level, but rather it just continuously climbs at a block flight level. So for us it's from 53,000 upwards, or flight level 450 upwards to flight level 600. We have pretty much free reign up here. Mach 2. Looks like, yeah, they were on just for me, but they're gone now, so that's a shame. Okay, that weird cloud artifact seems to have gone, so that's nice. Other than that, they look really... Oh, no. I think what it's trying to do is draw cirrus cloud, but... yeah. How fast were you going, do you ask? 1,280 miles per hour. So, yeah, with the headwinds, we're not getting as much ground speed as I'd normally like, but it'll do. That's why we bought so much fuel today. Cool. So I said earlier that we have a limited memory on this navigational unit, so I'm going to put in the next few waypoints, and I can only put in up to waypoint 4 for the moment, so let's do that. So get it over to here, over to waypoint. No longer need that one, so we're going to start with, I think, what was the last waypoint that we actually managed to put in? It was waypoint 4291640. So yeah, so the next one to put in is waypoint 11, and we'll put that in on number 1 right here. Waypoint 11, so we want north 47000, insert, west 500. Yeah. Next waypoint is north 46100. Insert, west 53000. Insert. And waypoint 3 44140. Insert, west 6000. And then finally we'll put in number 4, north 42460. Insert, west 65000. Insert. Let's triple check those. Number 1, 4750, 461053, 44140, 6000, 4246, 65. Yep, happy with that. Cool. 5 is the next one to enter. 10 minutes, 185 miles till the next waypoint. I wish all sat-navs would tell us that. At this point, there's not really a lot to say or do. 10:30, 10:30, 12:30, 13:30. We've got us coming from about 1 o'clock onwards. We'll be thinking about arrival and descent. So if you have got any things to do and want to come back later, you certainly can then. As long as the sim hasn't crashed. I don't see why it would. That is when we'll be getting ready for our arrival into New York. Let's get some plates in the meantime. So we're going to be doing a shortened version of this approach. Very shortened. I'm pretty much going to arrive at Cameron, 250 knots at 1000. And then depending on the runway in use, take ourselves towards JFK. Hopefully, controllers will give us some help. And then from there we'll transition, depending on the weather, probably runway 31 left. So let's bring the weather up here. Also grab our alternate, which is Newark Liberty. And there's the weather. So they're saying 0106, so it's actually looking like we're going to be landing on, I think it's 04 at JFK. 4 left, 4 right. I think 4 left's the longer one. Yep. Nice thing about Concorde, since we're over the sea, there's not really much to do in terms of nav-aid setup, so I think what I'm going to do is just go straight ahead. Put the 1109 in. Kennedy's. I think for a tracking 2, I will use Canarsie on 1123. Course on the ILS is 044. We'll track to Canarsie, some vector. I can estimate it'll be about something about northerly. We'll take 35 as an estimate, but really we're just going to single needle track using the VORs to get towards Canarsie. That'll take us to the initial fix, well, the intermediate fix actually. Aroc, and then from Aroc make an eyeless approach into Kennedy. What I can also say is that when we arrive, typical vacating, Echo Yankee Alpha, we want to get ourselves to the inner taxiway before taxiing down Alpha. Go in via Kilo Fox and park at the international terminal. That's the plan. Usually I take stand 3-6. Not sure if that's what they did in the real world, but that's what I'm doing. Unless they say otherwise. Do you prefer the old school Concorde livery, this one, or one of the newer ones? You like this one? Yeah, there's something quite nice about flying the old one. Some people prefer the newer livery with the sort of the waving windy flagtail. I don't really mind either. I'll have to get the other livery and fly it on stream and see what you guys think. In terms of other future content, if you have any suggestions, feel free to make them. Old school livery, old school plane, yeah. I don't know, I kind of agree with you there. Like, some people prefer the newer one. I don't mind the newer one, but I don't know. I feel more with the times. This one. Everyone has a preference. What does Mach 2 look like? Like that. Gone. So this is about the point where we're passing 0.6, 3 minutes. Yeah, time's good. Without Oceanic, there's not really much need to say a lot, but there you go. Reset the pitch there. What else can I talk about? This menu that they provide is quite nice. It tells you, gives you a bit more information about what's happening. So if the reheats are on, they're not currently on. We have N2, 102% engine power at the moment. That's full dry power. Fuel, estimates of range. And at the moment we're 50 tons over our maximum landing weight, so it's not safe to land, but that's fine. I'm going to be burning 50 tons on the way to JFK. Slight headwind as well. As well as a preview of some approach speeds. We'll set those as we go. Yes, Concorde has a lot of fuel tanks. Count them. 11. So, because of how spread out and how the centre of lift changes on Concorde throughout flight, especially as we go into the supersonic phase, when an aircraft goes supersonic, if I've understood this correctly, the centre of lift, so that is the force that actually keeps the thing in the air, is shifted backwards by the shock waves, and that has the effect of pitching the aircraft down. So, what you can see here is the aircraft is actually moving, well, the engineer has to move fuel around the plane to keep it in balance. And if you can see here, what's actually going on is we're not burning fuel from the rear tank, we're burning fuel from tanks 9 and 10. So we're trying to keep that centre of gravity rearward, and that is offsetting that the centre of lift is moving rearward, and that keeps us in balance. If you can imagine that entire wing is full of fuel, you can see how the weight of the air, or the centre of gravity of the aircraft is going to shift as we burn through that fuel. So keeping it in balance is a very important job, and something that us Airbus pilots don't really have to think about. We usually just set the make sure the centre of gravity is within limits using a screen, and if it isn't, we move things around before taking off. We certainly don't have to do as much as this plane did. And how do you move fuel around the plane? Well, it's this whole panel in front of us. This, specifically the fuel management part, so everything here I'm circling right now. That's all related to the fuel. The nice thing about this particular aircraft, the Concorde in this simulator, is that there's a virtual flight engineer that can manage a lot of this is the fuel trim tab. At the moment we're trim for flight, but you trim it as appropriate for each of these phases of flight. And if it's out of trim, he'll warn you, and then you can change it there. He'll change it for you. So it's a good little system. It certainly takes the workload off me. But the key principle is when you go supersonic, that you should use that fuel is starting to be pumped rearward. Daisy. And I have a tangerine. I'm just going to mute myself for a moment while I eat. I'll leave you with a nice external view while I do that. What do you want? You like that? Alright, I'll be right back. I'm back. The tangerine was delicious. Ooh, easy. If you have any questions about the plane, feel free to ask. I'll do my best to answer them. Here's where we are. Nope. I almost dropped my textbook. So we're well into our oceanic phase. Something else I forgot. I forgot something very important. That. I'm always forgetting something on this plane. QNH is now set. Awful. What is this, amateur hour? With a lot to do, it can be easy to forget the more obvious things. But yes, on setting flight level 280 would have been a good time to set the QNH to 1013. Again, I was thinking about a lot of things at the time. The woes of trying to fly a multi-crew aircraft on your own. Come up with a new strategy for that. Every time I say flight level, look at the altimeter. ATC, I've got nobody. I might do a stream later on tonight as well. Probably try and do a VATSIM event where we get a lot more controllers and people to talk to. What's irritating is that I did file my flight plan earlier, so I'm a bit confused as to why it's not displaying. Yeah. I'm going to resend it. I always seem to have issues filing flight plans on the Concorde, I don't know why. Okay, that's now set for voice. Call sign is currently... oh, yeah, of course. Whatevs. Is someone else using Speedbird 001? No, it's me. So what's the problem? So I'm just trying to get my flight plan refiled, but... is someone else using that flight plan? Let's do a search. No, I am the only one, so that's a bit confusing. I'm trying to get my flight plan refiled, but it doesn't. Even though I'm the one that signed in, it's not letting me refile it. I'll just have to ignore it. Oh well. Okay, waypoint 7 to 8. So, going to be switching over, resetting the navigation soon. So we got to waypoint 4, I think. 42, 46. Keep dropping my book. Okay, that's waypoint 4. So waypoint 5. Another latitude, longitude, so north 42. 000. Insert west 67. Dot dot dot. Insert waypoint 6 is Kenda. Now that is 45 miles before Kenda. We're going to be looking to descend. I might push it back to minus 30 actually, because we have a strong headwind. I'll do an independent calculation for that as well. It's normally minus 60 to start descending, but given strong headwinds, I might amend that, because every time I do the standard descent, it usually puts me way too low. So I will delay the descent most likely. 3912. That's wrong. Clear. Clear. 3912. Set. West 70300. It's I'll do for the moment. Waypoint 7 next. Set that to something a bit more appropriate. So this thing I've got in front of me, the INS, like I said earlier, if you're familiar with what an Airbus flight management computer looks like, it can do a lot more than this. However, I will show you what this thing can do. You put in waypoints, and those are geographical waypoints, latitudes and longitudes, and it will navigate up to a grand total of 9 of them at once. And you can sequence them in order, you can suspend via holding, and it can also tell us where we currently are, so that's our current position in the planet, on the planet. If you've got an error, a slight error on your track, at the moment we're perfectly on track, your current heading and your drift angle, so this is how wind is affecting us. We have a very slight crosswind, so that makes sense. Distance and time to the next waypoint, so 265 miles to go, 14 miles. So 14 minutes. The winds, we're experiencing a southwesterly, and it's coming at us at 54 knots, 54 nautical miles per hour. The desired track is 266, so that's the track we want to fly, and the status of the nav system, so this is telling us, I'm not sure exactly what each of these numbers mean, but they're relating to the navigational accuracy of this unit. In other words, or how reliable it is, or can be. So we'll leave that there. Concorde actually has 3 of those, but since I'm a single pilot, I'm just using the one. My others are currently set to display present position and the wind information, and I think there's a third one down here as well. It's a war just for redundancy. We'll put that onto something like wind, although we've already got a wind up there, so. Oh, that's distance and time. So actually that does make sense, really. Backup distance and time is displayed down there. So we've got 1228 there. Just going to amend the oceanic sheet. We actually passed that 3 minutes behind, so that's fine. Process that. Sierra Mike 030 11430. Saying 11 minutes. That's spot on. I wish I could point out to you landmarks, but we're kind of in the middle of nowhere. Well, the Atlantic. Never know though. Doesn't take long to get far, does it? The clouds are working again. So that is what I should have seen earlier. Still kind of a little funky, but it looks better than it did earlier. At such high level, we're just not going to see the weather that would normally affect jets at lower altitudes. Which is all the benefit for us. I think what I'm going to do is, once we get the next waypoint, I'm going to go grab something to eat. Fill in the rest of the waypoints. Really not a lot to do at the moment. It's going good. With the fancy coffee machine, I think that is what I'll do once we reach the next waypoint. Well, when I'm able to resequence the navigational system, I will go get my coffee. I bought some new coffee shots yesterday, so we're there. I would like to tell you what is there, but it's just the Atlantic. And 56,000 feet. What's that? Grab something. Anyone on that JFK? I hope so. At the moment, probably not, but let's have a look. Not at the moment, but there might be later. I see a few flags over the east coast, which implies there could be an event later. What's this? Okay, no, probably not. I hope so. The only thing about that sim, people being online is quite random unless you're doing an event, and the problem with flying in the Northern Hemisphere at this time of year is that people only come on after work, which is usually when it's dark. So, and flying at night, as nice as it is also you can't see a damn thing for you guys, so that's why I thought I'd do this in the morning and then possibly something in the evening later when there's more people online. So it gives you a taste of both perspectives. I haven't actually flown the Concorde at night yet, so that's also on my list, but I prefer flying it at day at the moment. Also, being a very noisy plane, they'd probably not like it flying at night anyway, so... How's the stream quality for you guys? Can you read everything on the screen okay? This is the inaugural stream on YouTube, so hopefully the quality is
Fuel
coming
status
through nicely.
60 tons.
Thank you. 60 tons of fuel remaining. All good, thank you. Yeah, I'll be doing this much more frequently. I hadn't actually done anything on YouTube for like the last 4 years. put a few videos up, but they're quite outdated now. Good videos though. I quite like them, but they are older. They're not really representative of what I can do now. And why was I away for 4 years, you ask? I was training to be a pilot in the real world. Getting the Airbus type rating. But now that I'm not doing a lot, I'm hoping to do this a lot more often. And even when I do go back to work, if there's free time, I'll be exploring the virtual skies. Pretty much anything I do on the flight sim, I might just put it onto the stream so that you can see what I'm up to. Stuff like this, it might just be something as simple as circuits. XCAM views, yeah. Problem is, I need to, well, yeah, I will do that. I need to purchase a full version of XCAM so that I can do orbits. But let's set one up, why not? Let's delete that. Oops. Delete orbit. Create orbit. 70 radius, I don't know, 60. 60-second duration. Yep, seat views I'll do as well. $18 minutes to next waypoint. Alright, what's it doing with this? So waypoint 5 is in as 42, waypoint 6 is in as 39, 21, 2, 70, 30. Next up is waypoint 7, that's Lind, so on waypoint entry, north 3, 9, 2, 4, 6, so west 7, 1, 4, 2, 6. Owens. North 39, 494, so west 7249 so, and finally number 9 is waypoint Cameron. That's it. It does this, it has this. Can you say the profile per plane in the scan? I'm assuming you mean X camera. And the answer is yes. Each of my profiles are different per plane. Just want to make sure it gets back on track. That doesn't seem right, does it? I'm not convinced about that. Did I miss the waypoint change? I'm trying to do from 0 to 1. Minus is on. Stand by. Present position 49.59, so we're about here. We're still increasing on that, so we would normally be going to waypoint 10, but I'm going to go straight to the next waypoint. Waypoint change 0, 1. now taking us to waypoint 11. We're going to skip out waypoint 10. At this point I would tell Oceanic that an error happened with the INS, because it was sending us on a track 210, and that did not seem right to me at all. Let's go into here and have a look. Yeah, we should not be tracking that far south. And it way overshot the plan. This looks about right. We're definitely skipping through a waypoint and tracking to another one. First I've had that before. Cabin altitude is 7,000-ish. Okay. We'll just have to proceed as is. And we're going to waypoint Sierra Mike 050. And that's estimated at time in 35 minutes time. 12:25. I make that. Okay. Cool. Right, we're back on track now. Apologies for what happened there. So what happened? It seemed as though the INS system got a little confused, and it either massively overshot a waypoint or got confused, and it started to turn us south. Gross error check says we're now going the right direction. So what I told it to do was to go straight to the waypoint 11, which means we're skipping a single waypoint. And we're pretty much just tracking straight to this waypoint here now. Gross error check, we are still tracking west, and the direction makes sense. But it does mean we're skipping out a waypoint. Good, okay. Problem solved. Crisis averted. So, back to here. Not sure why this happened. Maybe I missed something earlier. We'll enter the final waypoint now that we're doing what we want to do. I'm going to go out on a limb and just say I did something wrong. Not sure what it was, maybe I just missed something, but hopefully. Right, waypoint entry, so waypoint 9, Cameron, north 4001, 0, west 73517. That's it. And 6 will be our Kendas, our top of descent. Or 60 miles before that, 30 miles before that. Good, okay. All is well. We're going the right way again. We need to plan to be descending 165 miles before Cameron. To be level at 1000. Actually, it's going to be a little bit more than that, so we'll call it 170 miles for the full descent, according to this calculator. So that puts us -48, -57, -56. Only 9 miles before Kenda. So pretty much starting our descent at Kender. Okay. If you say so. I mean, what I'll probably do is start the descent maybe 20 miles out, something like that. Just to give us a little bit of a buffer. A bit of wriggle room. Right, my navigation is reset, and it'll be doing the right thing for at least half an hour. So, I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be right back. Another one. The coffee is delicious, and so is the cookie. Where are we? Are we still going the right way? Oh. The track IR stopped working. Why? There's got to be a good reason for this. Track IR. Why you do this? Okay, so it's in there. So why isn't it working in the sim? Oh. Because it's turned off. Oh, or more specifically, I'm not in the correct camera. Yeah, that coffee machine is delicious. Well, the coffee is delicious. The machine is made of metal, but yeah. Which coffee pod did you have, Rich? I think I had some Starbucks house roast. Right? Colombian. Nice. I think I had one of those recently. Tons of fuel. Yeah. Don't give coffee to a Concorde. Shame about no controllers though. So some people like to ask, does the Concorde change shape in flight? It does. It gets a little longer. And how do you know? Well, when we took off, there wouldn't have been a gap here. At subsonic speeds, this gap wouldn't have existed, but at supersonic speed, you can actually pop your hand in between there. Just make sure you take it out before you go back down again. And I think there's a story where on the last flight of the Concorde, the flight engineer, while they were in supersonic flight, he took his cap off and put it in that gap, so that when the aircraft came down on its final landing, it was then stuck in there. I think that's a true story. I heard that from somewhere. One way to honour this plane. Yeah, it does get hot out. So the reason it expands is because of the heating. Aerodynamic friction is because we're travelling so quickly. To give you an idea, the nose right now, the temperature is about 120 degrees. That's the temperature at the front of the aircraft. And really that's the reason that we can't go much quicker. It is incredibly hot at the front. And on a really hot day, sometimes it's so hot that the Concorde actually has to travel slower to stop the nose from overheating. It's good coffee. That's nice. Ah, about to reach St. John's, Canada. So there is an airport called Gander. I believe it's in St. John's. I may be wrong about that. This one here. And this would have been the first stop for aircraft coming across the Atlantic. And then suddenly, aircraft got a lot more fuel efficient, and the airport isn't that used that much anymore. think that effect is being caused by the water trying to get through the cloud layer. Doesn't look all that correct, but the clouds over here look quite nice. This could just be the rendering settings I'm using. I can probably afford to turn them up a tad, actually. Let's go X Enviro, let's turn that up a little bit. What have we got? Detail range is medium. Maybe it's detail range, but actually dynamic quality. A slight frames penalty there. If it gets too bad, we'll change it again. 40 FPS apparently. Should improve the quality of the cloud textures slightly when you're moving. Yeah, that looks a lot nicer, doesn't it? Except that they're not that. That just looks odd. So I get what it's trying to do. Maybe it's not so well optimised for such high level flying. Play with it as we go. Let's see if I can resolve this flight plan issue by temporarily disconnecting from the multiplayer network. Let's bring up the flight plan filing. Flight plan pre-file is broken. Alright. Error 525. Oh, that's no good. Oh, it's back. Good. Right. Okay, so they have the flight plan. It's clearly in the system somewhere. But every time I try to file, it just doesn't. It just says I can't. Okay, right. So that's there. I'm going to try disconnecting from the network now. Give it a few seconds. A file. Voice capabilities, we need that too. 3, 2, 1, file. Your flight plan was filed. Right, now we connect. With call sign Speedbird 1 Concorde. Connect. Connected to server. Right, let me check now that the flight plan is visible on Vatastic. And this means that if we get a controller online, they'll see what we're doing and who we are. can't really see what I'm doing at the moment. I'm doing it on my other screen. This is when you fly online in multiplayer, for the controllers to know who you are and what you're doing, you need to provide them with a flight plan. So I've reconnected, it's still not uploaded properly. It does always seem to have issues with Concorde for some reason. We'll try that again. Try getting rid of the estimated timings. Sometimes that fixes it. Okay. We'll file that. First we'll disconnect from the network. 3, 2, 1, disconnected. Resubmitting the plan. No, it still wants me to fill that stuff in. Okay. We'll just reconnect as is. It does always seem to have issues with Concorde flight plans. Could try doing it up here. Yeah, that's the. I'm on Vatastic with no flight details. That's the problem I've got. It's the for some reason, it says the flight plan is submitted, but it doesn't upload for some reason. I only seem to have that issue with Concorde. I'm just going to file it on a different client and see if that does it. So EGLL-KJFK. We took off at 10:30. Not filling that in. It's 548. 280. Right. No flight plan was filed on the server. Okay. It might be something to do with all of these strange waypoints that we're using. They're not like standard. Like latitudes, longitudes, maybe it's got an issue interpreting them. Okay, we'll see if that uploaded. Give it a few minutes and check Vatastic, and hopefully it will have some kind of flight plan. I'm trying to isolate where the issue actually happens. Coming up to Land's End. 44 tons of fuel remaining. Sorry. There's a Vatastic version 2. Oh, that looks nice. Yeah, I'm not sure. There always seems to be a problem filing flight plans with Concorde. Oh, maybe it's the equipment code. Let's try that. Concorde is definitely not slant code Lima. This isn't the worst thing in the world, it's just means that the controllers won't. I'll have to explain to the controllers who I are, what I'm doing, if they don't have at least some kind of information about me. Ah, we have something. Okay, good. That's fine. So, Concorde Heavy, Slant Code Whiskey, Speedbird 1. Distance remaining 1075. Estimated time of arrival 1324 Zulu. Finally. Or at least I know what we're doing now. That's probably enough information for any controllers that come online to know who we are. I'm not sure why that didn't work before, but it's here now. So I've been off the chat for a while. Milan with them. I've said that right. Spent the last 24 hours trying to learn how to fly the Concorde by the book. Happy with the setup and entering waypoints, but I'm confused by the autopilot and VOR radial flying. Any tips? To add, I have the Steve add-on as well. Yeah, sure. So, hope you can hear me okay. So, when I read the manual, and I'm using the X-Planes Collimata Concorde, the way they described it best is that if you're flying VORs, LOCs, you need to treat it like each side. So, we dial in our VOR frequency here, of course. That's assigned to DME1. So, if your VOR also provides distance measuring equipment, then you'll see that number down here, and it's related to that frequency. That is also shown down here. We've got a VOR1 pointer, so that frequency, that DME, and that orange pointer all relates to the same piece of information. As well as that, each HSI, so this side, will be showing you, well, if whatever frequencies, well, whatever course you set on here, if this is set to rad mode, then that will be assigned, that course will be printed here. So that allows you to precision track along the VOR radial. So that's great. So we know how to display the information, and we know how to get distance for it, and we know how to set the frequency. So if you actually want to make the Concorde do that automatically with the autopilot, if you've got the frequency set, you've got a track set, use VOR lock, and that will track to whatever beacon you've set, provided you've got autopilot 1 on, flight director 1 on, and you want to track that frequency. Now, when I read the manual, if you want to do the other frequency, which is over here, then you need to use autopilot 2. So autopilot 1 is linked to nav 1 and autopilot 2 is linked to nav 2. And that's the key bit of information. I believe also if you've got track heading and you've got this heading selector pushed in, then it will also track to whatever navigate beacon is the active one. So if you want autopilot 1, it will track directly to the beacon of nav 1, regardless of what set track you've set up here. But typically, if I'm doing it, I would set up a track 2 or radial 2 in there, use VOR lock, and then that'll be that really. And then to add, I have the Cedar add-on as well. Yeah, the Cedar's great. Good bit of kit. I use it the more realistic configuration, so it's with the 9 waypoint limitation. I haven't had any bugs with it yet. It seems to work pretty reliably. I know some people have had issues with it, like randomly crashing, and I suppose the only thing I can suggest is to make sure that you're very careful when inputting the waypoints. I'd imagine some of the crashes are caused by putting things in that don't really make a lot of sense, or latitude, longitudes that don't exist. Again, just be careful with your key pressing. I hope that all makes sense. If you want to know more about, or if you want to see other people flying it, you probably know a little bit more than me. I believe 104th Maverick, I think that's his name. He seems to know a lot more about the Concorde than I do. Definitely. He tends to fly it into places like Kaitak as well, which I've seen. So worth checking out as well. In fact, a lot of the tips I'm using, I got from some of his videos. Close explanation I've heard so far. Thank you very much. Try to head to JFK later the evening and see how it all goes. Yeah, best of luck, dude. It's a different kind of beast, this one. We're going to be landing about just before 1:30 UK time, Z time, Zulu time. Been flying the 320 family for years now. I try to do it all by the book, so we shall see how different the workload is. Yeah, you're in for a shocker. I certainly was anyway, and I type rated on the 320. So yeah, although I will fly the 320 later on, I think. I think my biggest suggestion with the Concorde: prioritise the flying. Aviate, navigate, communicate. Yeah, there's a lot of systems to manage, but the most important thing is that you're flying in the right direction, that the aircraft is at a good speed, a safe speed. Must ask, are you using and sky textures as your sim looks? Oh yes, so it's X-Plane 11. It's the Collimator Concorde. In terms of weather, I'm using X-Enviro. Settings as appropriate as here. Static on ultra, dynamic as high as I can get without destroying the flames. Good range on the clouds. But you just have to play around with these settings until it works for you. I have overclocked my CPU and I'm using a 2080 Ti, so I'm getting pretty good frames at the moment. We're sitting about 40 FPS.
Fuel status 40 tons.
40 tons of fuel remaining. Yeah, and it seems to work well. But the nice thing about X-Enviro is that if you are struggling for performance, you can just turn down the settings in real time. And I'd say the biggest contributor to frame rate issues are going to be dynamic quality. That tends to be a big hit. If you're still here at the end, I'll show you my X-Plane settings. But most things are turned up to high except the things like the reflections on the aircraft, because most aircraft either have their own custom reflections, and frankly I don't notice the difference when you turn the X-Plane reflection settings up, but it does really kill the frames. For any members who need a bit of context, we're in a Concorde over the Atlantic. We're going from Heathrow to JFK. This is my first YouTube stream. I hope you're all enjoying it. I'll do the honours and say please like and subscribe if you enjoy this content. I'll be streaming fairly frequently. All types of planes, Concorde is one of them. We'll also be flying A320s, A350s, 777, 737, and maybe some GA as well, whatever you guys want. I'm going to try and focus on doing VATSIM events as well, because it's nice to get onto the real world ATC and multiplayer. I think tonight's flight will be probably jumping in the A320 because it's recently had an update to improve performance. And we'll probably take that, well, wherever the VATSIM events are. Still not convinced by that water glimmer effect underneath the clouds, but parts of it look really nice. Soon I'll start talking about what we're going to do for the descent, because we're just passing near Land's End now. About that. Do you find the 350's flare logic in X-Plane is completely off? Yes. Yes, definitely. Yeah, so with the 320, what happens when it goes into its flare law, or which is I think a subset of the normal ground law, is that a progressive pitch down input is made to the trimmable horizontal stabilizer. And because obviously it's a fly-by-wire aircraft, the 320, it provides that input so that the pilot naturally starts to pitch back. So in the 320, the pilot thinks what they're doing is flaring, but what's actually, I mean, yes, they're doing that, but what's actually doing is they're counteracting the feel of that that logic whereby the aircraft is progressively pushing the nose down, and that's how the pilot feels the flare in the 320. It doesn't. I feel on the 350, the flight factor one in particular, is it doesn't really simulate that. It's. I mean, it might be in there, and it might just be me not recognizing it. But in my experience of landing the 350, you need to be very gentle on the flare. You don't need to flare it very much at all. You tend to make a very slight pitch correction. It tends to sit down quite nicely. I did a base training video. Oh, I did a little base training check yesterday. It wasn't a stream or anything, but I did a few circuits in the 350, and it generally went well. I might do that again and stream it, if you like, to sort of show you how I managed that. But it took a bit of practice. My first attempt, when I flew it from Heathrow to Hong Kong, I made an absolute balls up of the landing. But after that, did a few circuits, got used to how it feels. But yeah, I don't think it's quite right. It's certainly not as good as the 320. The flight factor 320 feels pretty much the same as the real thing. I can say I'll say that as a type-rated 320 pilot, it does feel very good, and everything else, the behaviour, the systems are pretty spot on. Other than that, I think the 350 is pretty good, but then I'm not a 350 pilot, so I can't vouch for that. But yes, I definitely agree on that comment. It doesn't feel. I don't think it feels quite right. So yeah, I do fly through 20s, or at least I haven't flown them during the pandemic, but yeah, go around soft. Yes, I have seen it. Previously, I think we had to sort of do a fake go around soft where we do 2 clicks back, but now it's yeah, go around soft is this will hopefully prevent a lot of altitude busts on the go around. I think that was the intention anyway. I don't think the types I've flown have actually seen it yet, because I've not had to do a full go around anyway. But I know of the mode, yeah. Is the go around? I don't know if the go around soft is actually featured on the Flight Factor 320. Still a good frame rate. Okay, we've got 5 minutes to waypoint 3. Top of descent will be 10 miles before waypoint 6, which is Kenda. Just close down that. Waypoint Kenda. I put minus 20 in just to give us a bit of buffer on the speed. Delaying the descent because of the slightly stronger headwinds, and every time I do the standard profile it seems to always put me too low, so hopefully we get it right. We'll do some dead reckoning maths as we go. Coverage into New York, really? Oh wow. Oh yes. Oh, we like that. Wonderful. New York Center's online. I'm going to get that tuned in. Thanks for pointing that out, Richard. What's that? 125320 is expected. Hopefully they don't have an issue with my flight plan, so I'll put that on the standby. What was I doing? Yes. Navigation's good, so we'll talk a little bit about the descent while people are watching. Go-around soft is only on Neo variants, and I believe the only exception is the 330CO, as that has it, but it's optional for airlines. So I don't think that the flight factor would feature that, isn't it? Yeah, it makes sense. I've not actually had to see go-around soft. I mean, I've not seen it on my on the planes I've flown. I have flown Neo. Yes, it's a software update, isn't it? It's just a software update to the navigational systems, isn't it, on the Neos? Quick chat about the descent. I'm going to focus on this now. So, our top of descent, it's normally based on the guides. They say to start about 60 miles from Kenda to start the subsonic deceleration, but because of the stronger headwinds and from experience, I'm going to delay that to 20 miles before Kenda, which is waypoint 6 on the INS. From there, our routing takes us onwards to Cameron, and as soon as New York want to talk to us, we'll do that. We can expect to cross Cameron 250 knots at 1000, and then with New York Centre online, we can probably just expect vectors for either 4 left or 31 left. Let's check what the weather's doing now. Yeah, it's looking like 4 left. Clouds not a factor. It's very cold. 3035 on the altimeter. Yeah, and some trends there. So, not the worst conditions in the world. But yeah, if we land on 31 left, we've got most of the data already in, so the ILS 110.9 on the frequency 044 is the course. That'll give us the DME on... Is this a DME or is it just an ILS? Okay, it is just an ILS, so we may not get DME information. I think I'm going to change the plan, and since we're getting vectors, I'm going to put Kennedy 1159 on the right side, and that'll give us some distance information as we make our way down, as we get ourselves lined up for the approach. So vectors expected to Aruc, and then straight in. Speeds, we'll reset those again as we get a bit closer. Minimums 210 radio is indicated. I've set that already. The missed approach will be to climb to 2000, then make a climbing right turn to 3000. So we'll bug 3000. Outpound on the JFK radial VOR 062. So it would be a good idea to punch that over there. In the real world, I'm going to have to single needle it using the green needle if we go on the missed approach, but in the real world I would probably ask the first officer to set Kennedy on the left side, and then that will update my HSI here for better navigation. Yeah, so we intercept that 062 and that takes us to Duffy, and we hold with, I would probably make that an offset entry into the hold. But with any luck, we shouldn't have to go around anyway. Vacating the runway, we can plan for Echo, Yankee Alpha, with full reverse. Taxi down Alpha, enter the stands at Kilo Fox, park on stand 36, that's the plan. How do we do the descent in Concorde? Well, based on the guides I've been watching, the best, or the recommended method is to do a level deceleration to 350 knots indicated airspeed, and then enter an IAS hold descent, reducing the thrust levers slowly. Initially when I was doing this, and it worked pretty well, was to just do a continuous descent starting from Mach 2 and then obviously being supersonic by the time we get to subsonic at the time we get to lower levels. But apparently the method you should be using is a level deceleration. It usually gets me down very quickly, which makes sense. And for that reason, and because of the strong headwinds, I pushed it back, the descent. Instead of being minus 60 to Kenda, I'll be minus 20 to Kenda. We'll see how that works for us. If we get high, again, we can quickly resolve it. The nice thing about the Concorde, believe it or not, you can actually use reversers in flight to slow down. Who would have thought? For the most part, that's all I'm going to talk about for the time being. So, tallest 321 Neo has it. Oh, does it? Oh, wow, okay. I haven't actually got a 321 on X-Plane, so I might get that. I need to read up on the about go around soft. It's not something I've seen on the sim anyway. Probably because, like you said, the flight factor does not have it. Right. Welcome. If you're just joining the stream, we're taking the Concorde from Heathrow to JFK. We're not far from top of descent now. Couple of waypoints to go. And I'll be right back, guys. Just need to sort something out. Hello, I'm back. When you select Toga on a missed approach and the FMA shows man Toga SRF go around track, why do we have to change it from go around track to nav to follow the missed approach procedure? Well, go around track, it just follows a track. It's just going to keep you going straight, and it's the track that you have at the time of selecting it. So it doesn't really give you much. It doesn't really help if you have a missed approach procedure to follow. By pushing the nav, the FCU nav switch in, we can follow the published flight plan for the missed approach. Of course, leaving it in SRS mode means we'll just be maintaining the least VAP. I think it's either VAP plus 10, plus 15. I need to have a look in the manuals again, but yeah, eventually once we select climb thrust, it'll put us back into climb mode. But yeah, sorry, I'm overcomplicated the answer there. We put it into nav so that we follow the managed flight plan for the missed approach if you have it sequenced. And that's only if you have it sequenced. If it's not in the FMS, putting it in, it won't go into nav. You'll need to put it into heading and fly the flight conventionally. I hope that answers the question. In fact, I could demonstrate that in a stream at some point, managing the go around, because it is an interesting procedure, and oddly enough, not very well. Even in the real world, it's something that it's quite an important thing to get trained on, because it's not very often you have to do it, and usually when it does happen, it catches you by surprise. So, yeah, it's good to have those tricks at the back of your head. The most important things are the initial actions. I've had to do a couple of go-arounds in VATSIM. Not very often, but especially if you're doing an event, going into a busy airport after being in the hold for 20 minutes, that's usually when it happens, and it's honestly the last time that you want to go around. But that's always fun. bring enough fuel. That's all I'm going to say for that. $32 tons remaining on this beast. Oh, sorry. And we're 11 tons above the max landing weight. Yeah, he got put into the Bovingdon hold for 35 minutes to get sent around at 200 feet. Oh, okay, right, I see what you mean. You were sent around at 200 feet. Oh, that's just fun, isn't it? It's always a good laugh. It's always when you hear expect late landing clearance that you want to ask yourself, okay, what happens if I have to go around? If you haven't done so already, and that's when you're going to be prepared for it. So if you ever hear that expect late landing clearance, or even just number 2 on approach, ask yourself, what am I going to do if I go around? What's the first thing I'm going to do? Yeah, I read that and I was like, what? I was going to say, where are you flying? Brave person. Either brave or just stupid. No, that's pretty nuts, really. Okay, right. Okay, we're going to waypoint 4. Siva 029. Who else is online at New York? Do we have Tower? Well, actually, if we've got Centre on, I've got ATIS at JFK. 128720. Let's put that on the box too, shall we? One 28720. 725 because we haven't got the 8.33 kilohertz spacing on the Concorde. We'll leave that on to receive once we get a bit closer. Although we might have to get text data link ATIS because sometimes it doesn't work very reliably on the audio. minute to go to that waypoint. Sorry, that's me making weird noises. If you just joined the stream, we're going from Heathrow, London Heathrow to JFK, New York. We're in the Concorde. We're going to be descending shortly. I've briefed myself. We know what we're going to do. I'm not type rated on the Concorde, no, but I am type rated on the A320. So this is... I'm hoping this all goes to plan. I've rehearsed the flight a few times off stream, so should go according to plan. If you have any questions, feel free to fire away. I'll answer as best as I can. I didn't mention it, but this is the first YouTube stream for me. I've done some streaming on Twitch to sort of test things. As if audience tends to grow, we'll be streaming to multiple platforms, but for the time being I'm going to sit on YouTube and Twitch. Whatever's easier for you guys, I guess. And yeah, I'll probably get a webcam at some point, but the honest fact of the matter is that I've run out of USB ports. And if you're into flight sim, it's probably quite easy to understand why. I've got about, well, let's just count. I've got a yoke in front of me, rudder pedals, a radio panel, a thrust quadrant, autopilot panel, switches and landing gear panel, headset, track IR, and of course the track IR receiver. And all of those things need a USB port. So yeah, I could get an external hub. I'll probably get one of those, and then I'll free up some more ports. Yes. My energy bill. Right, are we? Okay, 4 to 5. All as well. Probably go outside to camera view. Clouds are looking quite nice now. Hey Milan, which livery do you prefer on the Concorde? Because some people prefer the newer one. Ah, it looks like you're off. Or anyone. Which livery do you prefer? This is the older style. The newer one is the waving flag on the tail. Don't think we'll quite make it up to 60,000 feet. We have got...
runways.
Ah,
Read Michael runway hold short instructions.
ATIS has arrived.
Advise on initial contact. You'll have information Bravo.
Just going to make a note of that now.
Kennedy Airport native information Bravo 12510. 1030 and 8. Visibility 10. 16 south standard. Ceiling 25 south broke. Temperature -7. Dew point -14. Altimeter 3037. Approach and use ILS runway 4 right. Departing runway 4 left. Noise is 2 airmen. Tower offline. Contact New York Center on 125.32. Bird activity vicinity airport. Numerous cranes operating at Kennedy. Operate transponder on mode Charlie on all taxiways and runways. Read Michael runway hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You'll have information Bravo.
There you go. You heard the man. We'll check it again a bit later on to see if there's any changes, but that is information Bravo. For Kennedy, winds are favouring a 0-4, so as planned. It's a fairly benign wind, nothing really to worry about. Very high clouds, 16,000 I think he said, so not going to be a threat to us. How's our fuel? 28 tons, okay, we should be at a safe level before we make our way down, so what we got? 7 tons up, okay. Again, I carried extra fuel because of the winds, but there isn't really an easy way to do flight planning on Concorde. I mean, I think the menu they give is pretty good. It is quite good, but because obviously winds are different, you have to kind of... I mean, I use Professional Flight Planner X, and I have a Concorde profile, but it doesn't really take into consideration the subsonic phase. It kind of assumes you go straight to supersonic and go straight down, so you kind of have to... What I do is I take the ground, the mileage at each phase from the flight plan and put it into here to calculate how much fuel we really need. Of course, I factor in some alternate approaches and landings, and that gives me a more accurate fuel burn. And this has ranged considerably when I've done this flight. I usually find I don't need anywhere near as much. It tends to be sub 90 tons, but today I took a bit more. It says, based off a loaded route, not with nil wind, is 3141, range is 3506, and again, yeah, no headwinds, so that's the cue really. So take that into consideration, and I've ended up taking a lot more fuel today. Probably won't need it all, but there we go. Now then, shall we? Can we speak to Kennedy yet? Oh man, that might be a good time to have a chat. Let's flip him on. 12532 yes. There we go. New York Center, good day. Speedbird Concorde 1 is direct Kenda, flight level 600. We have Kennedy information, Bravo. Cameron 4 arrival.
Speedbird Concorde 1, New York Center, good morning. Let's hear it. Speedbird 1, Squawk 7140.
Squawk 7140, Speedbird Concorde 1. Hope you can hear him okay. Didn't have any issues earlier, but just checking. We have a new squawk code, 7140.
And then New York Center, Speedbird 265, 3300.
Reply.
Speedbird 265, thank you. Radar contact. Climb maintain, let's see, climb maintain 9,000 for now. Turn left 130, sorry about that. 9,000 feet and 130. Fine.
Right. Good. So we'll have controllers. 5x5 on the ATC, thanks Richard. Right. So we're now en route to waypoint Kenda. ...20 miles before, so in other words, when the distance measuring is at 20 miles, we'll start our level deceleration and descent. And there's a specific method for doing it.
Spirit 265, direct lady. Take Bay for Spirit 265. Spirit Concorde 1, radar contact level 5900. Descend across Owens, out of maintain 14,000. The Kennedy altimeter is 3037.
Cross Owens at 14,000, Kennedy altimeter 3037, speedbird Concorde 1. Okay, so he wants us to be a little bit higher at Owens.
New York Center, good morning, this is UPS
We'll start our descent at minus 15 then.
UPS 1128, New York City.
with you, flight
3730, ident.
7130 with ident, UPS 1128.
American 1249, living airspace, Washington Center on 5.
Actually, no, Owens is...
Thanks so much, American 1249.
14,000, okay. Owens is actually before that, it's not Cameron, it's Owens, so... that will be... Owens is 48 miles before, okay.
Spirit 265, my maintain level 390.
We'll descend at the same place. Waypoint 8 is where we want to be. Owens. Let me just recalculate that then. So 140, it will take 160 miles, so 160 before Owens. Stand by. Just redoing those numbers. So we have 60 minus 57 minus 56 equals 47 before Kenda. Okay, so we'll change that to minus 47 Kenda. Where are we now? We'll call it 55. We're 97. Okay, so that makes sense. So we're going to be starting our descent a bit sooner to ensure that we get to Owens at flight level 140. It takes about 160 miles to decelerate and descend, so we're going to be doing that much sooner, which is why we'll start our descent sooner. Makes sense? Just going to redo that, just double check that before we go blasting down. So 160 minus 57 minus 56 gives us 47. Yep, 47 to Kenda, gotcha. We don't have managed nav on here. Alright. Altitude hold, Mac hold. We'll just sit there for the time being. We'll go down at 50 miles. 55, we'll call it 55. Just want to make sure we do get our speed down. So auto throttle's on, Mac hold is on, thrusters coming back slightly to keep us at the right speed. We'll set the VS to minus 1,000.
Spirit 265, living airspace to east, Boston Center on 5. Radar series terminated, never good sight delay.
Virginia, como check base flight in there, it's not okay for that.
$60 miles to Kenda. That's where we'd start it on a nil wind day. And down we go. So, manual thrust, auto thrust off. Thrust levers back to a thrust lever angle of 18 degrees slowly. Should give us about 92% N2. Speedbird Concorde 1 is beginning descent.
Roger.
We'll take the recirculation valves open. We're decelerating now to 360 knots. At 360 we'll select a vertical speed minus 1,000. We'll set 1,4000 for Owens. And once we begin descent, I'll also set the QNH for Kennedy because we're going straight there. Seatbelts on.
Center. Good morning, American 670 is with you. 5026. We're climbing 32, and we're about 40 miles south of Calgary.
American 670, New York Center, good morning. You're actually not inside Mayor's Base in that shelf there. You can monitor 122A and have a great flight, sir.
Descent begins.
I was using my best radio voice. Damn it. See ya.
Let's see what's,
Have a great flight, sir.
37. And IAS. Hold descent. The aircraft will now pitch to maintain 350 knots. We'll set the 30 on that side. 3037. Sorry, I'm just leaning over. So. Down we go. Okay, I want to reach the next point. Is waypoint 7. Waypoint 7 is Lind. So 56, 57. We'll go for reduced thrust lever angle now. At Mach 1.5 for about 30, maximum 32. We go. I'll take it there. We'll monitor the descent as we go. And now we'll be going down at a rate of knots. ,7,000 feet a minute.
Morning here, Center. Back just off Kilo with the Bravo Consider West.
Number 978 Alpha Papa New York City, good morning. See your request.
We'll grab Mach hold at 0.95 Mach again.
Localizer approach for runway 4 at Worcester International. Kilo Alpha 6 Papa.
Number 978 Alpha Papa New York Center, Roger. See your aircraft type.
Skyhawk 172.
And Speedbird Concorde 1. We'll request 4 left if we can.
Speedbird Concorde 1, Roger. You can expect that.
Yeah, I prefer to take the longer one.
Number 978 Alpha Papa Squawk 7161, adapt.
7161.
So he wants us to be at Owens, flight level 140. Sorry, 14,000. Which is waypoint 8 on the INS. We're currently sequenced to 7. away, Dan.
Number 978 Alpha Papa, radar contact 8 miles northwest of the Wilkes-Barre VOR, altitude indicates 2,900. I'm sorry, could you say that your request again? Was it localizer 4?
Yeah, localizer 4.
Use the S for
Number
this.
8 Alpha Papa, roger. Turn left, heading 220, maintain 3,000. The Wilkes-Barre altimeter 3030.
What you're hearing there is the air traffic control at New York Center.
Actually, you know what? You can actually climb maintain 4,000. Sorry about that.
Oh, good. 4,000.
And of course other pilots on frequency.
So hello, it's United 1-4 Heavy, looking for a radio chat, please. Thank you.
Okay, passing 40,000. The QNH is set. Let's run some checks.
So, 8 Alpha Papa, how long of a final do you want? Do you want the full approach or...
Fasten seatbelts, no smoking is on.
Shorter
Throttle
one's
back
okay.
is slowed, engines are indicating good numbers. We've got 24 tons of fuel. Let's trim the fuel for descent. I'll do that later, it tends to be a bit flaky. In fact, it tends to prefer I just keep it in fuel trim for flight, so I'm just going to leave it at that. Okay, auto throttle is armed and ready. Passing Mach 1. Get ready for Mach hold. Still sequenced to 7.
6203 spot 12 for taxi, unable 1835.
Let's go Mach hold.
Fremont
And
6203,
VS now.
roger. Runway 9 left, taxi via Foxtrot Kilo.
Reduce the rate of descent
Left 5 Foxtrot
to
Kilo,
2,000 and just recalculate. Keeping an eye on the speed.
Cessna 8 Alpha
It's really
Papa,
hard to see that
left
the
turn
Mach
now,
hold is
heading
engaged, but it is.
150, back to fully approach.
Okay, now that we're subsonic, we'll take the precious, the skin static inverters for some heat, and the ADS engine probe heaters. Are now on. Okay, so I still need to keep the descent rate going, so let's drop that down to close to 4,000 feet a minute as we were. Aircraft's pitching down. Just check the ATIS again. How are we doing for speed? Speed's fine.
Temperature -7. Dew point -14. Altimeter 3037. Approach and use ILS runway 4 right. Departing runway 4 left. North is 2 airmen. Tower offline. Contact New York Center on 125.32. Bird activity vicinity airport. Numerous cranes operating at Kennedy. Operate transponder on mode Charlie on all taxiways and runways. Advise on initial contact. You have information Bravo.
28 descent pilot discretion
Still
to
Bravo.
level 190.
Discretion to level 190.
Okay, let's go IS hold.
Clark 8 Alpha Papa, 2 miles from JISAG. Turn left, heading 060.
250.
Descend and maintain 3,000 till establishing the localizer. Report to localizer now.
Left to 060, down to 3,000, and accept localizer standby.
Okay. Okay, I'm going to reduce the rate of descent again. So it's about 2. We'll recalculate in a moment. Just trying to keep a good eye on the speed, make sure we don't overspeed. Might bug about 350 or so. What frames are we getting at the moment? 32. I'm just going to nudge the adjust this slightly. Oh. Update that. Plugins. I'm just getting a little bit of lag, so I'm going to go settings. I'll set this to medium. There you go, getting some frames again. Okay, 56 miles to Owens. And we don't need this rate of descent, let's lose that. If anyone does put something in the chat, apologies, things are about to start getting busy, so. Let's go, windshield anti-ice visors. Oh, we'll save the lights for a bit. Speeds are good. Reset those. VAP.
Target 8 Alpha Papa, the wind 0.
VREF is 191.
Runway 4, clear left.
And up to go, possibly to get a practice
Green bug.
RNAV in for runway 25.
Let's get that descent rate up. Down. Up. Up the other way.
Sorry, Kilo Whiskey Bravo Whiskey.
Affirmative, that's Wyoming Valley Airport. It's just to the southwest of AVP.
Gotcha, second.
I'm getting a kind of stutter, I don't know if you guys are seeing that. Just going to get rid of some applications, maybe it's being lagged by something. That can go. That can go. Right, we're good. 40 miles to go. Up slightly. Do want to make sure we're at 4,000 as we reach Owens, so I'm just going to need 612,
Shamrock 819, descend and maintain 12,000. So again, descend and maintain 12,000. The Wilkes-Barre altimeter 3030.
QNH is set both sides. Hope the stream quality is good for you guys. It's a lovely day to be arriving in New York. Okay, just to reduce my workload, this would normally be done a bit later, but it is just me, so I'm going to set the engine control schedule to approach. Recirculating valves can be closed. Secondary air doors to automatic. Brake fans on. Again, this would be done a lot later, but I'm on my own here. And set the engine rating to take off. Just do a quick position check. 4, 8, 12. Okay, we'll reduce that rate of descent. Engine rating to take off. There it is. Speeds look okay. We're on IS Hall at the moment.
Yeah, good line 62 at 3 holding short 9 left ready to go.
Payment 6203, fly runway heading the wind 040 at 89 left, clear again.
I think off 9 left to runway heading 90.
Looks like we'll get there. We've got 25 miles to get to Owens. We'll be at 140. We should start to see ourselves on the
1128,
plate.
Mayor Space, Boston Center, okay. Flying right to terminus,
On the overlay.
And we are switching to advisory UPS 1128, yeah.
So the clearance is to go to Owens and then to Cameron. We can expect 1000 at Cameron still, I suppose. Or wait for a further call. The INS only takes us as far as Cameron, so we will need to get vectors from that point. Okay, reduce the rate of descent. 1,000 a minute. Bit more. That'll do. Thanks, Enviro's nice. Oh, look, I'm blue. Oh, it's just the sun. Cloud shadows popping in nicely as well. Very satisfied with X-Enviro overall. Cloud shadows over the top. That's a real cool effect.
Starks, 8 Alpha Papa, radar contact altitude indicates 1,900. Turn right, heading 090, vectors for the R925.
Right, 090, vectors for the R9. Thanks again, I apologize for throwing that at the last minute, I should have told you.
No problem.
New York Center, good morning, this is Alliance 759, requesting IFR clearance down to Charlotte International.
Lions, 759, New York Center, good morning. Clear to Charlotte
Altitude.
Airport. Vector
Choir wasn't
still
armed.
with file.
Altitude hold.
Maintain 5,000, expect level 36010 in south
Oh,
departure.
state one.
Departure 7125.32, squawk 7115.
Alright, we'll go to 5,000, then 10 minutes later, altitude, and we're going to squawk 7115, 759.
Get myself back up
Lions
to the
759,
right.
read back is correct. Push back and start the discussion.
Let's speed altitude require 14,000.
3035, copy for text.
Altitude hold, right, there we go.
Roger, we'll text you when ready to go.
State number 1. 2? I think that's the
Command
second one.
6203, direct Pottstown, Columbia, 16,000, radar contact.
Turning to Cameron now.
Pottstown 16,000 feet, 16203.
Number 978 Alpha Papa, direct Silgi, cross Silgi at or above, my apologies, at or above 2,600. Clear the R925 approach.
Okay, cross Silgi, enter above 2,600, clear the R9, runway 25.
Speedbird Concorde 1 is Owens.
Super Concord 1 right.
I don't really need to say that because he has got radar, but... There we go. IS hold is 350, so we're going a lot slower than perhaps I normally would. Because we are expecting a further descent shortly. And a Speedbird Concorde 1, are we to expect vectors as well? Thank you. Only because I've not heard him say it yet. Okay, so we did approach stuff, brake fans are on, engine rating, takeoff, sub 10,000 trim for landing. At 220 knots we can go the full nose down.
correction, 819, descend and maintain 8,000, to Philadelphia altimeter 3035, landing ILS runway 9 right approach.
Landing ILS runway 9 right approach, descend and maintain 3000, shear mark 819.
Waiting for fuel. Sorry, not fuel. Landing. Nope. Aircraft. That's what we need. We can land. Good. Sorry, Speedbird Concorde 1 again. Do you need us to maintain 1000 at Cameron?
No, maintain 14,000 for now, you'll have descent in a moment.
Thank you, Speedbird Concorde 1. Cool, just wasn't quite sure what his plan was. But that's fine. Yeah, so it worked out pretty well. Got ourselves to 14,000 by Owens. Did that thing again where I forgot to go altitude acquire. Went to vertical speed, but you've got to make sure you press altitude acquire or it won't actually level off at the target altitude. But it's okay, we noticed it. We're about 300 below and put us back up.
Fuel status 20 tons.
20 tons of fuel. That's fine. Probably keep the speed up a bit quicker at this point, but now tricks for landing the Concorde suggest that you don't really flare it. The ground effect tends to help it sit down on the ground quite nicely. You should in theory put some
Speedbird Concorde 1, descend and maintain 9,000.
send and maintain 9,000 Speedbird Concorde 1. Okay. VS, altitude acquire. Start bringing the speed back as well. IS acquire 250 knots. As I was saying, yeah, you only tend to pitch back on the Concorde to prevent the nose down pitching moment that occurs as a result of ground effect. You don't actually need to flare it, so to speak, but you would bring the nose back to bring the stick back in order to cancel out the pitch down moment of ground effect. So it's really going to be a look out the front and judge it as we go. We have the DME for the ILS and we got Kennedy on the right side, 1159. He's tuned for the missed approach and tuned for the ILS.
Concorde 1, turn right, heading 360, descend and maintain 7,000, back to for the ILS 4 left approach.
Turn right heading 360, descend and maintain 4,000 vectors ILS approach, Speedbird Concorde 1. Okay, heading, should be 360. On track heading. On we go. Continue that descent rate. So we've got 39. So 4, 6, 12, 18, 38, speed is good. Okay, right, we're fine. If you have any questions and you put it in the chat, and I might not be able to answer it for a moment, but once we've landed I will get right to it. Fingers crossed this all goes to plan, but this is not an easy plane to fly, I'm going to say that again. Alright, enough complaining. Let's do it.
Agents in 759, it's going to be runway 9 left. 9 left, taxi via Kilo.
9 left, Kilo 759.
Get ourselves down, accelerate the descent. Got the thrust.
Jamrock 819 requesting vectors to runway 9 right.
Okay, I'll go for the visor, 5 degrees.
Shamrock 859 Semo, or 819 Semo.
Get by Shamrock 819.
Okay, we've got Kennedy on the green needle, so it's straight ahead of us really. We're going to be well set up, well vectored for an ILS 4 left approach. Let's accelerate this descent.
Shamrock 819 departs Spuds heading 220 vectors for approach.
Depart Spud heading 220, expect 9 right. Shamrock 819.
So 5, 10, 15. We don't need to be that aggressive actually, let's bring it up a bit. There's a little calculation I'm doing. So we're about 28 miles out. We need to center 4,000, so it's about 4 times it by 3, 12. It's well below that, so we want to reduce our descent rate from about, well, below about, call it 1,200. A little bit of mental math. I'm kind of trying to run that calculation constantly to assess whether we're too high or too low. I think we're actually getting a little bit lower now, so I'm just going to bring the descent rate back to 1,000.
Node 14, New York Center cleared to the London Heathrow Airport, divided port 4 departure.
Okay, we'll switch everything over to radios now, so we're using radio navigation on both sides.
Expect level 39010 after departure. Departure is on 125.32.
We've set the approach Concorde up already.
71517.
Question there at port 4 departure, radar vector to Gregory, maintain 3000, expect
just need to set the fuel trim to landing engine to find the warning panel. There's nothing up there. The QNH is set both sides 3037. Airspeed and pitch. VRF is 191. 190. Landing lights is required. Nose down 5 full at 220 knots. Landing gear unlocked there. Okay. GPS overlay for you. Just like that. Start bringing the speed back now. 220 knots, IS acquire. There's a localizer. Bring the descent rate.
And New York Center,
Visor to full.
759, we're ready to go, 9 left.
Nose to full.
759, fly runway heading, the wind is 0408, runway 4, 9 left.
Alright, thank you.
Airfield is just to our 1 o'clock.
And center is United 14, heavy again, sorry about it. Take off 4 left, I've only got the departure of the Newark 4 rather than port 4, is that okay?
Yep, that's fine.
Cool, thank you.
Wide slopes there. Let's reduce the descent rate again. Altitude acquires on, so we're going to level off at 4. 18 tons on the fuel. All is well. Out hold. Note the very high pitch angle of the Concorde. Speedbird Concorde 1. Are we able to get slightly left? It looks like we're about to reach the glide already. Actually, no, disregard, it could be a false.
Speedbird Concorde 1, you can turn left heading 310, descend and maintain 2000.
Turn left heading 310, descend and maintain 2000, Speedbird Concorde 1.
Speedbird Concorde 1, we can intercept the runway 4 left localizer.
Say again, Speedbird 1.
Speedbird 1, you can intercept the runway 4 left localizer.
And intercept 4 left, cleared localizer, Speedbird Concorde 1. Right, that top of descent from 2000 is actually distance 11, so that is actually there. Okay, so that was the correct glide slope. Maybe I forgot about us. Well, I'll assume nothing. Right, vertical speed, get ourselves down. I think they're pointing the wrong way. Let's grab VOR lock. Should make a right turn. Nope.
Skylark 8 Alpha Papa, the wind at Wilkes-Barre
That did not go the right way at all.
325, correct the option.
Not sure why that happened.
There's the option runway 25, whiskey probably.
And Speedbird Concorde 1, sorry. For some reason the aircraft turned the opposite direction when intercepting the localizer. We're making a right turn now to intercept.
Everyone, yeah, no problem. If you want, you can make a full left turn. That might make it easier for you to intercept. But it's up to you. The field is at your 3 o'clock, 12 miles.
Roger. We will actually take up that offer on the left turn. Speedbird Concorde 1.
Speedbird 1, Roger. You can make a left turn. Come out on heading of 040.
Left turn heading 040. Speedbird Concorde 1. Sorry about that. I've no idea why that happened.
All aircraft, what can you say?
Yeah, we'll go with that. Definitely not the pilot.
No, never.
Well, if anyone knows why that happened, do say. I was a bit confused because it was actually pointing the opposite direction on the HSI. Surely the beam should have been out there with a right turn. We'll see what happens. See, that's where the side it should have been on. Is out acquire on. Out acquire is on 2000. Missed approach will be 3. Fuel 16 tons. We've got enough for the alternate. Apologies for this. But if it ain't doing what you want, do something about it. Okay, so let's just check all the frequencies. So 4 left, 110.9, 110.9. Can't get the ident. The course is 044. So all the data's incorrectly, but again, it should be this side. See, that's where it should be. That's what we want. So what I'm going to do... Speedbird Concorde 1, are we able to just roll out here and then intercept from here?
Yep.
Thank you. Okay, we're heading hold.
Shamrock 819 requesting a left turn.
VOR lock.
Shamrock
We're heading hold for the moment, actually.
You can remain on that heading for a bit further. If you want, or if you're able to accept, you can go direct to Modena and join the Modena transition for 9 right.
I should be able to do that. Let me check quickly.
Thank you. You can descend and maintain 3,000.
Yeah, I shouldn't normally be using the GPS overload, but some of these indications aren't making a lot of sense. We'll be down shortly, guys. Alright, 9 miles DME, VOR lock. Right, what are you going to do? You going to turn left onto the localizer? VOR lock's engaged. Left turn, there we go. Right, that's what we wanted.
I'll just continue flying this heading if that's all good until further instructions. Shamrock
If
819.
anyone knows what happened there, please do. Glide is armed, so we have a glide slope.
It's Hudson, yeah. You're not able to accept the transition?
I could if I knew the numbers to the waypoint or transition.
Mike, it's ILS 9 right. It should have a transition option for Mike X-ray Echo.
What's ahead?
Yep, let me check.
Glide is armed, wait for the capture. And there's the capture. Speedbird Concorde 1's fully established, 4 left. There we go. Bring the speed back.
Concorde 1, the wind is
Gear down.
0308, runway 4 left, clear left.
4 left, clear to land, Speedbird Concorde 1. Good, okay, IS acquire for 190. Gear is down.
Direct mode, or MX.
Yes, please.
Fuel trim 2.
Shamrock 819, correct. From Modena, cleared ILS Zulu, runway 9 right approach.
Cleared ILS runway 9 right approach, Shamrock 819.
Fuel warning, that's fine, that's expected. Auto and autopilot. I have full control. My aircraft. Speed. Glide slope. Stable.
400 feet. 300 feet.
Continuing.
200.
Speed.
100. 50 feet. 40. 20. Contact. Reverse it.
Reverses. Full reverse. Manual braking. Vacating here. Reverses off.
Reverser retracted.
Guys, welcome to Kennedy. Take the visor to 5. And we'll go straight across to taxiway Alpha. That is how they do it here.
Here, guys, somebody else about this. Brandon signing off. Appreciate your help.
Absolutely.
All
Have a
clear?
great day, sir.
And Speedbird Concorde 1, runway vacated. We'll request stand 36 International Terminal via Alpha.
Speedbird Concorde 1, taxi around to George Question. Have a great day.
Down at discretion, thank you very much. Have a good one, Speedbird Concorde 1. Cool. Well, it worked out in the end. I have no idea what happened with the ILS there. It seemed to point us in the complete opposite direction. But we noticed it, we did something about it. That's the key thing. Right, fuel trim to ground, please.
Fuel trim 2. Ground.
Let's disarm some of that. Flight directors off. Did he say contact ground, or was it just New York Center LaGuardia ground KFJ? No, there's no ground. Okay. Just say ground at discretion. Cool. Right. Welcome to Kennedy. The time is 1355, so slightly delays, but after landing, taxi turn off lights, reversers are off, fuel trim to ground is done. We'll save the seatbelts for the moment.
Score for departure. Yankee transition, right back to
Smooth landing, congratulations, thank you very much. Yeah, that felt, that was a good one, wasn't it? No, again, no idea what happened with the ILS, but we managed it on the way down. The key thing is holding on to the speed. That is probably the most important thing. We made it. That's the important thing.
About 3 by 5, you're very
Concorde has returned.
United 1-4 heavy-ish of Alpha at Romeo Fox.
Brake fans are on already.
United 14, runway 4 left, taxi Bravo Delta.
I feel like the landing speed was quite high. If someone knows what sort of speeds Concorde's landing at, I know it's higher than usual. I don't think it's meant to be that quick. We'll go in here at Kilo Fox, but just for the sake of interest. Yeah, it says VREF 191, so I don't really want to go below that. So that's what I was targeting. In at Kilo Fox, the stand 36. And yes, we will be looking at a replay.
How do you hear me?
We'll do a 400 taxi in.
Okay, 716, alright. Your audio is very choppy, but other than that, it's fine.
Shermark 819 established on localized runway 9 right, Philadelphia.
Shermark 819, the wind is
This controller's got a lot to deal with. So he's managing a few airports. 38 will take 36. That's where I normally go. One thing about the Concorde is that the nose wheel is about 30 odd feet behind you, so you have to sort of overturn and then bring it in to keep the main wheels in a good spot. No marshaller, so we'll sort of self-marshal ourselves in. Roy Court Tolls, he says you are pro. Hey Roy, how's it going? We're in the Concorde. We just arrived at JFK. Call it there. Park brake on. Okay, we'll take engines 1 and... Well, first we'll open up the split circuit brake, split system breaker. High pressures on 1 and 4. We'll take then ground carts, aircraft, doors and ground, GPU, air conditioning, and then we'll shut down the others. Not sure if that's how it works in the real world, but it makes sense. Lights off. Nose and visor up. Seat belts off. And fasten seat belts off. Guys, welcome to Kennedy. Local time, I have no idea. It's 13590. I really should look that up. The Concorde has arrived. Speedbird Concorde 1 on stand. Thank you very much for your service.
Have a great day, sir.
Oh, disconnect from that. Beautiful. So, that's that really. We made it. We'll do a little replay. I always feel as though I'm coming in a bit too hot, as in too fast, but it felt smooth. I know that Concorde uses a lot of runway. But let's have a look. Let's have a look. Just check we're not connected. Yep, we're disconnected. Let's go into... Let's just disconnect these ground carts so it looks right. Action replay. Yeah, this is kind of when... I think this is us correcting. I believe this is us intercepting. Okay, so the nose has not... I'm just going to go out of action replay, get the nose down, and then start the replay again. So it makes sense. Makes for a prettier replay. Right, here we go. Okay, this is where the system kind of went wrong. Again, not sure why. I'm going to assume it was something I did, but I don't know. I suppose another thing we could have done was just disconnected it, but I'm not too as confident in the plane to start doing things unplanned yet. But that would also have been an option. There's 4 left. Just zooming ahead. It's coming down. Apologies, there's no sound in the replay. It's a wonderful model, I must say. I think you've done a great job, Colomassa, with this one. Over the bay. I haven't put photo scenery at New York. Perhaps that'll be the next thing to do. Certainly bring out the immersion there. Oh, Roy caught takeoff and landing. That's what that meant. Okay. I was reading toll and I was like, what? It looks a bit low, but it depends where you put the camera. If you put the camera there and in line, it says we're on profile. Again, I think we're a little bit low, but I believe the glide slope was... Yeah, we're technically just within tolerance. Ground effect. There you go. No bounce this time. Wow. Very good. And there she goes again. Well, there you go. That's the Concorde. Stream 1. I'll be doing plenty more of these. Hopefully... Well, we'll see more of the Concorde for sure, but I think later on I would like to do something on the A320 with a lot more controllers online to talk to. Let's just raise the nose. Split circuit breaker is open. GPU is available. Yeah. So, that's it really. I'll schedule another stream for later on. It is time for lunch, yes, Richard. But I've been the Sim Pilot. Please like, subscribe, share if you like this sort of thing, and if you have any suggestions for streams, then do let me know. Post them in the chat. But I would like to say tonight I'll be doing some sort of VATSIM event. It will probably be dark, but there will be a lot of controllers online, so that's the trade-off we get. I hope you've enjoyed this one. I'll leave you with a nice scene like that to close us off. Welcome to JFK.